Hello, very good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the third and final day in the race for qualification through Group A into Saturday night's finals. And we have a 4-horse race for you to the finishing line over the next 4 hours or so. This was the tail of the tape when it came to Tuesday's throwing. What a difference a day makes for MacIntosh, having lost each of his first 7 games. 2 wins at the back end of yesterday has given the Pharaoh reasons for optimism. Engstrom had a reversal of his fortunes yesterday himself, but it was no wins on day 2, and it may well be the afternoon shift for the Sweet Ferret. Leonard Gates has been blowing hot and cold this week, and his bet's electrifying, but slow starts have not helped the American's cause as he's in a 4-horse race for Group A glory. Jim McEwan pulled out the big moments when they mattered yesterday. The reigning champion looks in good nick ahead of day 3. Jake McMillan relinquished his lead at the top on day 2. A mid-session wobble means he's tied on 14 points at the top. And that's with James Richardson. Whatever he had for breakfast seemed to work as he put the heat on the rest of the competition. That was what we saw on Tuesday. Joining me to talk about Wednesday was splendid as ever. So very good morning to Glenn Durrant. And Tuesday, we call it moving day, and it really was a moving day, and everything's now congealed as a consequence.
Yeah, I think even moving day is not the term I would have used for yesterday. I just thought it was about the quality. I mean, the scoring was really up, the finishing. I mean, this week, the quality of the 100-plus finishes has been a real highlight for me. Yesterday was a very enjoyable game, and 4 or 5 players at the top of their game. It just means that today's conclusion is going to be really exciting.
It's going to be an interesting day, to say the least. James Richardson was the player of the day on day 2, and it is a big time of year for him, and he looks as if he's saving his best darts for this time of year.
Yeah, he's a good guy. You know, like I said, on Monday, he's a little inconsistent at the moment. He gave himself 7 out of 10 going into the competition, but he had his Brussels sprout Vindaloo seems to be the secret, and I don't know if he's going to be blowing hot or cold today.
I tell you what, that Brussels sprout Vindaloo, I've heard that is quite the thing, that is. Well, from Richardson to McEwan now, the reigning champion, when he needed to put in big moments, put in big performances, that was exactly what he did in the end.
Yeah, he's just playing very, very nicely. Jim McEwan is a champion for a reason. He knows how to win under difficult circumstances. And this finish for me, I've talked about the 100-plus finishes of the week. We've seen 161s. This was my favourite. Look at the score. Look what the opponent's on. And look at that double 16 going in. That's a sign of a real champion that can produce darts like that. And you can see the reaction there from Johan, who had an incredible couple of days for him. He's got his own story to tell from this week.
He definitely does. Jake McMillan had the lead after day 1, has relinquished it to the extent of he's now second level on points with James. It was that little bit of a wobble in the middle yesterday it kind of did for him.
Yeah, and that's what darts is all about. You know, it's not, you don't have all the successes and then you find out a little bit more about yourself. But it was a big win against Leonard Gates, and you can see what Leonard thought of that game at the end of it. And look at the reaction there. He's a real character. He's a really good guy to talk to, and another fantastic find by the MODUS Super Series.
It's just saying a lot about the strength and depth, the pool in North America getting deeper than ever.
I've had some fantastic chats with Matthew Edgar this week. I'm sat with Prime Time, and one of the things we've been talking about is sort of, you know, the global issue of darts. We've been talking about the Scandinavians this week, but for me the real success of late has been the North American sort of darts as well, and Jake McMillan handled that very, very nicely this week and is right in the mix.
So that's the story of yesterday. Let's see what the table is saying going into the last day's action. James Richardson and Jake McMillan tied at the top, 14 points to each of their names. Jim McEwan closely behind on 12. He can make it 14 points. He wins the opening game of the session. Leonard Gates is still in there, but you get the sense that he can ill afford a slow start.
And he has got a good draw. I think Leonard Gates' opening 2 games are the exactly 2 games that he needs today. Engstrom and McIntosh will be his first 2 games, and that then puts him on 14 points if I've got my theory and predictions right, and then all of a sudden he's in the mix, and then Leonard Gates, usually 3rd, 4th and 5th games when we see his best. So I'm not going to discount Leonard, but Matthew Edgar really fancies James Richardson to hold on, but I never really changed my mind. I started with Jim McEwan to win it this week, and I'm going to stick with Jim.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies are saying then about this race towards the line. Only 5 horses now left in the race. Jan McIntosh can't win the group. But out of those 4, which one do you think represents the best value?
Leonard Gates at 11-1 is well worth it. He can do 5 out of 5 purely because of the way the timetables come out today. He's been a terrible starter this week. His opening 2 games have not been to his standard, but I think his B or C game could get him through the first 2 games. And then can he win against the top of the table guys? That's a decent value at 11-1. And just keep an eye on Leonard. 111 average this week as well. So the game's there. He just had to find it more consistently.
So that is the outright bet, and let's see what the bet builder is saying today. It's a treble worth just over 3.5-1 today. In the Gates v McEwan game to go over 5.5 legs. You've got the match winner market with McMillan and McIntosh, and then the match winner market in the game between Engstrom and Richardson. That pays just over 3.5-1. This morning. Well, Glenn, it's the final day of action, and it could well be anything that happens here.
Just, sit back and enjoy. We'll try and keep you updated as well with the permutations, but I think what the MODUS Super Series brings is as soon as you start predicting something, something else will change from there. It's going to be a real cracker. Like I said, you probably pick a winner out of them 4. Matthews picked James Richardson. I'm sticking with Jim McEwan. And looking at the bet builder there, a lot of the public are still thinking that maybe Jake McMillan can handle on. So let's see how it goes.
Right, we've done enough talking up here. I'm going to stop talking. You're going to start talking downstairs with Matthew Edgar for 15 games. That's going to decide who goes through to Saturday night, beginning with McEwan against Engstrom. Matthew Edgar is downstairs when Glenn makes the trip.
Thank you, Henry. And we are now into Wednesday decision day here at the MODUS Super Series, where we will be deciding our first player to go through to Saturday night. Jim McEwan, the champion of champions, our reigning champion here at the Super Series. Because we want to hope that he's going to be one of those players in Saturday night, and he could book his place there today by finishing top. He's just a couple of points away off the top of the table, where Johan Engstrom, the 47-year-old, the sweet ferret, his hopes of qualifying are hanging by a thread. Only mathematically could he qualify, but the likelihood is on 6 points that he's playing for a position potentially in Group B today. Yesterday, this was one of those seesaw games. Johan Engstrom raced into a 3-0 lead. A 1-6-1 finish along the way before Jim McEwan turned it around for the second time. Johan Engstrom
first leg, it's Jim to throw
lost
first.
A 3-0 lead.
Game on.
Jack Garwood, your referee for all 15 matches today. Can Jim McEwan get off to the perfect start?
Well, I think he can, Matt. I think he's a guy that will come to the fore at the most high-pressured situations.
180!
Different work than that before the dart started, but I just really think he has that X factor that he needs to have on a day like this. But super exciting day. Like I said, you
71.
fancy Richardson to hold on. I still fancy this man in a head-to-head against anybody. But don't discount Leonard Gates. Any thoughts on that 11-1 price?
I like Leonard Gates today. I think we're going to see the very best of Leonard Gates.
100.
We're certainly seeing a lot more character from Leonard today and how he's sort of handling the occasion and being around the building.
Yeah, there's no engagement with the players whatsoever.
140.
He's got his earphones in the players area and he's just doing his own thing. It's his style. It's the way he does things. This man is just have a little chat with me. Clearly he's been watching the games because that
83.
particular dart there, he's been sort of chatting to me about it and it sort of goes back that late release. He has had issues, whether it was dartitis or release problems with the dart, and it still creeps into his
55.
game a little bit.
Jim, you require 130.
Well, like I said to him, there's not many of them, Jim.
Well, let's see if we can have the perfect start. He kicked off with a 180. And he
Shot on
ends
the
with a
first leg,
138.
Jim
That is a
McEwan.
perfect way to start the day for Jim McEwan. A 12 darter to set a marker on decision day.
Yeah,
Second
yesterday
leg, it's
played
Johan to
Johan
throw
Engstrom,
first.
and Johan Engstrom was
Game
sat
on.
pretty on double foot. Jim McEwan at 3-3 stepped up for a 1-4-6 finish. Things just see him blowing on his hands there. It's really important as a dart player.
55.
If your fingers are really cold, it can really make it difficult up there. But the 180 start, the 138 to finish, Jim McEwan does mean business.
85.
I do think Leonard Gates is going to kind of swoop a few of them, but I've just got him just missing out at the end.
Yes, I was asked a question earlier. I hope the social media
140.
team don't kick off with me. One of the questions in my quickfire ones is, which player's reminiscent of your game at the moment? And I said Jim McEwan. He's a poor man's Glendon. When you order Jim McEwan off Wish...
100.
Oh, I said that wrong there, didn't I? When you get Glenn Durrant off Wish.
No, I think you said it right the first time.
But I do feel a lot of his game is the way I treat the game. I was labelled as someone who was
81.
very intense, very boring, very methodical. But I see that as a real strength for Jim. He knows what his strengths are. He's working on his weaknesses, but mentally strong. And when you do get a win, Matt, like a MODUS Super Series, the
81.
confidence then just oozes out of you, doesn't it? And it was a difficult opening day for him. But yesterday I thought he just began to show some of his real best. And what a start today.
I don't even think it's just winning something like the MODUS Super Series. I think it's just winning
81.
anything. Because whatever you play in, that is the most relevant tournament to your timeline. Because that's what you went to do. You went to win the tournament. Whatever level that is, whether it's down your local or whether it is something as big as the
140.
Super Series,
Johan, you
winning
require
titles
144.
gives you the same feeling regardless of the size.
$100. Jim, you require
Johan Engstrom's
95.
had his own story this week. I don't think he's playing particularly bad. I don't think his results really justify. 76 left here, so there's the potential for double-double. There would be a couple of double 19s. Could even be double 18 tops.
55.
But
Johan,
a
you
chance for
require
Engstrom, and I
44.
think if he's going to hang on to Jim, this finish has to go.
Game shot on the second leg. Johan Engstrom.
Well, there you go. Good signs for Johan Engstrom here in the opening exchanges.
Third
Still
leg,
has an
it's Jim to
opportunity to
throw
play
first.
himself into Group B, which
Game
will give
on.
him a mathematical advantage, but he's going to need a better day than yesterday. Didn't pick up a victory yesterday. If we go back to Monday for positivity, 3 from 5.
140.
And one of the things I have noticed as well is Chucky, Jim McEwan, is just so good when he has the darts. He seems to open up with that ton 40, ton 80 start each time, and that puts the
76.
pressure on the opponent, and a real part of his strategy of winning matches.
$60.
Obviously, I've known Johan for at least a decade. Talked on Monday about my game I had with him at the World Masters, where you become friends after a game like that when I was
76.
losing by a couple of sets and a couple of legs and happened to come back. What's your thoughts on him? It was Johan someone you've seen him play before? How do you assess it going into the probable Group C campaign?
Someone I've never seen before, actually, if I was brutally honest. It's the
40.
first time I've managed to sit and watch Johan play, and seems the sort of player that will be in a battle in Group C for me. He'll be in the mix. He'll give himself chances. He'll give himself opportunities.
100.
It's just whether or not he takes them, because we see a bit of everything from Johan Engstrom, and with that can often sometimes bring a bit of a lack of confidence, because if we're not sure what he's going to do, is he sure what he's going to do?
100.
Finding a treble with each visit in this leg, which is going to give him opportunities,
134.
especially when you
Jim, you require
been a nice
161.
little 2 treble combo towards the finishing line. But this was a finish that Johan hit against Jim McEwan yesterday. He won't be getting the retaliation.
119.
Once again, just a
Johan,
final
you
last
require
start, just puts all the pressure.
115.
Lots of players will start in the 19s. Looks like Johan's staying on the treble 20 bed. That's not the end of the world. You can see the raised eyebrows there from Jim behind.
75.
That's something that Johan's done a couple
Jim,
of
you
times there.
require
That treble
42.
5 over to the 1, a couple of 76s.
Does
Game
he
shot on the
ever
third
miss
leg. Jim
double 10?
McEwan.
McEwan
Fourth
leads
leg, it's
2-1.
Johan to throw first. Game on.
Do you feel that for Johan, these are the
60.
more preferred darts where the dart just goes underneath the treble? A bit like your pal, the power.
Oh, Phil.
140.
I don't like to talk about it, honestly.
Every time you think this is the moment Jim McEwan's going to extend in the game, Johan finds something.
$180.
Just a little nod of appreciation there for Jim. He knows he's in a battle here. Like I said, I talked about Leonard Gates and said he'd be happy with the fact he's got Jan McIntosh as his first game, followed by Johan Engstrom. But Johan Engstrom
174.
just sort of writing these players off, and they can play. I thought yesterday, Matt, the quality throughout the 15 games, barring the odd one or two where there were just battles, 100 averages, many 90-plus averages, incredible big finishing, lots of 180s.
Johan, you require
Great day. It's been a tough
127.
group.
And McEwan, despite opening 140, 180, he's not in the pole position here, but he will come back for the 125. That treble 5 from Johan means he's not on a finish, but he's going to want to leave this handy.
Yeah, a good sign for me that he feels good. In fact, he's just gone into that treble 5 there, and again,
87.
beautiful setup
Jim,
play.
you require 125.
This is a finish we like, the 125, but not when your opponent sat on tops. Happy accident.
$49.
Of all the
Johan, you
places that could have gone to
40.
leave the shot open, but tops, target there. Johan's already hit once today. This was how he did it. He put one on the top wire.
Game shot on the
And one
fourth
in.
leg. Johan Engstrom.
Well, about an hour and a half ago, we watched Johan Engstrom do a bullseye challenge. Now, I won't give too much
Fifth
away,
leg, it's Jim to throw
but I'm
first.
pleasantly surprised
Game
he's
on.
playing well here. Let's just say that.
We mentioned that even Glenn Durrant could have beat his bullseye challenge, didn't we?
121.
Yes, I got a message to say the social media team wanted to speak to me, and I was like, please don't let me do the bullseye challenge.
140.
This is excellent for Johan Engstrom. Like I said on the discussion with Henry Deacon on the balcony that he's had his own story this week, involved in an unbelievable day on Monday where he played every possible leg.
100.
He won 3, lost 2 with every game going the full 7 legs. Yesterday, I thought he played okay, Matt. He just wasn't getting the returns anyway. People were just playing well against him. And today he started very nicely, averaging over 95.
100.
Is this now a case, though, that the race has kind of been run here for him, so today becomes a bit of a practice day?
Well, practice day in the sense that, tomorrow he'll walk into the venue and he'll see the league table where he's not
100.
second bottom. And he'll look at the table where everyone's on 0 points, and that can motivate. He'll be starting again that opening game for him. I tell you what, if he plays like this, he'll take some beating in Group C.
140.
No panic yet from Jim, Matt, but I'll tell you what, this is a real nitty-gritty part of this match. It's a best of 3, a 2-2.
100.
The sort of game that Jim
Johan, you
McEwan would have
require
come into, probably
121.
Johan lost all his games yesterday, thinking this is where I can get 2 points on the board nice and early, and Join the leaders on 14 points. It's still in Jim McEwan's hands, though.
42.
Always been solid on his throw, and he's left
Jim,
the
you require
two-darter after
80.
12. Another.
$40.
Well, you can't get no closer than
Johan,
that.
you require
There's been nothing
79.
to separate them this week. A couple of 4-3s, so the head-to-head's at 1-1. Johan, for a breaker throw, he's got a dart at tops. A huge dart incoming.
39. Jim, you require 40.
So 3 darts this time. He only needs
Game
the
shot
one
on the
tops,
fifth
and this
leg,
time gets
Jim
the
McEwan.
tops of the first dart, which gives him the leg. McEwan 1 away. Another holder throw. All 5 legs.
Sixth
Holder
leg, it's
throw.
Johan
And that's
to
what you
throw
get
first.
when you get players that are playing
Game
at
on.
the sort of top end of their standard. You don't tend to see too many breaks a throw.
Yeah, I think they like playing each other. They've been real tight affairs. The first game of this week
45.
for both players was against each other, with Johan just getting over the line 4-3 in that one. Yesterday, Johan was looking very, very good for the double. And Jim pulled out that staggering 1-4-6
60.
with Johan sat on a double. This one's had a little bit of everything. Johan's average just dipping slightly, just still over the 90 mark, and Jim's been around that 96 to 100 throughout.
180. $43. $96.
Big advantage in the scoreboard here for Johan, which suggests this one's going to go all the way.
Like I said, no surprise when you look at the head-to-head, but
140.
Jim won't give up on anything. Johan on 180. You just want at least a ton. A little nod there because he knew what the situation was, but the transition to the 19s has been good.
80.
So much positivity here for Johan. You would not believe this is a player that lost all 5 games yesterday.
All games where I don't think he played particularly bad. Sometimes you've got to look at your opponent and say,
Johan,
well
you
done to
require
them.
100.
It's not like he had a stinker of playing poorly. This is what he can do.
$60. Jim, you require 124.
He'd expect to be back, but 1-2-4 is only the one treble with 2 darts. But that treble needs to be treble 18. He gets it. Bull for the match.
Game
What
shot
a
and the
start
match,
from Jim McEwan.
McEwan.
Unbelievable finish, and he finished the day yesterday with a 1-4-6. Today, that 1-3-8 early doors, and then that one to win the match, the 106. Jim McEwan, that's why he's a champion. That's why he means business today. And look at those numbers. 98.52 from Jim, and you still feel that there's a gear or two still to come. 4 from 7 on the outer ring. Sublime with the big finishes. Jim McEwan starts with 2 points and puts the pressure on the next players. It's Leonard Gates next against Jan McIntosh.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Johan Engstrom must be sick of the sight of Jim McEwan by now. 4-2 victory for the defending champion before the break. And again, another big finish to win a game against him, 1-2-4 this time. Next up for us, Leonard Gates in action up against Jan McIntosh. Second game of the day being watched by Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And both myself and Matthew Edgar feel like this man could have one of his good days today. He just seemed just a little bit chipper the past couple of days. He just seems a little bit lethargic and not getting involved. But we've seen a bit of him dancing around in the players' area, getting himself ready. And I think he's got the ideal start in Jan McIntosh, who has impressed. He didn't let his head go down when he opened up with 7 games and lost 7. Didn't really recover on day 1 after losing his second game where he had multiple darts to win that. He is on debut, but I still just feel it's a good start for Leonard Gates. And the reason we're highlighting this is the fact that one of the real negatives for Leonard this week has been his starts to the day. They've been
First
pretty
leg,
poor.
it's Leonard to throw
Be
first.
refereed by that man in your picture,
Game
Jack
on.
Garwood. Is it the time for Leonard Gates to really stand up and be counted, Matthew Edgar?
I just want to pick up on Jan McIntosh quickly, because you mentioned
100.
about he didn't let his head drop, and we could see that in the performance from day 1 to day 2. We picked up at the end of day 1 and said the biggest issue for McIntosh wasn't creating chances, it was taking the chances. And on day 1,
45.
had 46 darts at a double and only converted 7. A conversion rate of 15%. He improved that yesterday. He raised it to 26%, getting much, much closer to that 33% we'd expect here at the Super Series. And with that, managed to find himself 4 points on the board. But he's got a task on his hands there. I think we
85.
see Leonard Gates potentially go through the card today and put himself into the mixer at 11-1. He is not out of this race yet.
Do you think 20
60.
points would be enough?
No. No, I think he goes there, but I think he just misses out. I think the damage may be done, but as you mentioned, every time you think you got the Super Series worked out,
100.
it all changes. Just like this leg.
Leonard, you require 161.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Jan, and like I said, very reminiscent of the conversation we've just had about Johan. Is that the brand new day tomorrow, Group C, and now he's used to the surroundings, how the games are played.
59.
The wins under his belt early. All of a sudden, it could be a totally different week for the man from the Faroe Islands.
$125. Leonard, you require 102.
Fantastic here from McIntosh when he looked out at this leg. Oh, double 11. We've been seeing a lot of double-doubles this week. And that's
Shot on the first leg, Leonard
planned
Gates.
double-double. Glenn, you've been talking
careful.
about finishers.
Yeah, be careful when Leonard's finishing them.
Second
Taking
leg,
some
it's Jan to
abuse
throw
on
first.
social media this
Game
week
on.
about Leonard Gates' finishing, but I mean, I think, and I stand by the fact that when I first watched Leonard Gates play, his understanding of the setup play and the finishing was
140.
not very good. And that's from a man who played in a lot of soft tip, so it's totally understandable that when you transfer your skill, soft tip is a game where
100.
the numbers are coming on the board automatically. It's like playing on a computer, whereas steel tip, it's your decision making when you're up there. And I've seen enough from Leonard Gates this week, this past couple of months on the seniors, that he's getting much better. Also getting much better right now is Jan McIntosh. He doesn't look play at this moment like someone who's bottom of the table.
You said at the
83.
very start of the show that one thing we've been treated to this week is some tumpless finishes. We've had 3 already today, and we're 1 game and a leg in. $180's flying as well. 6 180s so far in our 7 legs. This is hopefully the standard we're going to get today.
Even quite
50.
simply that wow that he does
Jan, you
there.
require
That's the
84.
personality of Leonard Gates that I haven't really seen from him the first 2 days. A little subdued, I would even say. Is he warming up to being in Portsmouth and being in the UK now?
You can almost hear his voice as well when he does that wild one. Can you do a
34.
Leonard Gates?
Well, better than your Australian accent, let's just say that.
$43. Jan, you require 50. $34.
Just a missed number, but no dramas. Leonard's all the way back on 225, and
60.
yeah, just a little bit
Jan, you
wild.
require 16.
Well, that's Leonard Gates all over. That's his strength. Leaving a 165.
Game shot on the second leg. Jan McIntosh.
Level game, and I think Leonard Gates is probably happy that that one went out quite quick. Sometimes when you feel the leg's gone, you
Third
just
leg,
want
it's
it
Leonard to
wrapped
throw
up quick. You
first.
don't want to
Game on.
be stood there coming back for the 165 and feeling like you're having an empty throw.
Do you think that's a lot to do with that's always been the case?
100.
Or is it more of an averages thing now? I remember as a young player, I wanted people to miss so I can go back.
I think there'll be a lot of players that do think about that for the average because
85.
you know what some of this younger generation's about. They'd be happy to lose as long as they've averaged strong.
$100.
Yes, we're just coming into the busiest time of the year for dart players and the dart audience as well. I always feel like the casual fan begin to start getting excited for the World Championships. But this week's the
44.
Players' Championships finals at Minehead as well. Luke Humphreys is just walking on water at the moment in the game of darts. And can that continue?
I'm going to make a
100.
bold prediction here. I think Luke Humphreys actually goes out early.
A good thing or a bad thing? Because
A good thing. Very good thing.
all I would say, though, is while things are going so well, just grab it and grab it again. Because you
140.
never know when you're going to have a rich vein of form like he's in right now. So, not into this. Get on, get rejuvenate, refreshed. He's young, he's fit. I think he'll take some beating once again at the Players' Championships. But some of them first-round draws. I'm actually going to go on Friday. Out of the audience.
100. Leonard, you
No,
require
I'm not paying to get
61.
in. Not a chance.
I didn't even need to ask that question. I fully expected there'd be no money exchanged.
41. Jan, you
But
require
this could be an exchange of the
132.
advantage. McIntosh takes a 1-3-2. He breaks the throw of Leonard Gates, and it's off. He did a 25-all ball with that opening dart. So Gates back for double 10. A target he's already hit already. As he's looking at the TV screen there, I believe.
Yeah, he's just seen the ending of EastEnders there.
107. Leonard, you require 20.
Did she do it?
We'll go back to the
17.
omnibus now.
Jan, you require 25.
Not what he wanted there, Leonard Gates. Jan McIntosh is looking quite comfortable within himself. He missed the big number last time. No problems, 88.
Nine. Leonard,
You
you
said to
require 3.
To a person who wasn't watching this, the player came up, they won a double 10 and they ended up on 3. They'd say, was Leonard Gates playing?
But I like him in this situation when he's got a dart or a double. That's awkward. That's very awkward.
Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
Leonard Gates all over. Like I said, he's just one of those players. I was mesmerised by the performance at James Wade
Fourth
at the
leg, it's Jan
Grand
to throw
Slam of
first.
darts. His doubling
Game
was
on.
just absolutely sensational. And Leonard Gates at his best, give him a dart or a double. And that could come from the soft hit part of the game. Just excels.
95.
There's often a talk about throwing first and the advantage of throwing first. Well, the advantage of throwing first is very evident here.
100.
Leonard Gates winning the game despite being, well, now 11 points worse off in the averages. That's just the advantage of throw.
And Jan McIntosh was averaging 96 before the missed dart at a double. When players talk
100.
to me about averages, you hit your doubles, the averages will look after themselves.
135.
Did you hear a little murmur when Leonard Gates hit that double one coming from the practice room?
I certainly did.
I think Richardson, McEwan and Jake would prefer
33.
Leonard Gates to lose this game and be out the race.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. That's nothing against him as a person. And 266
94.
as the start, if you're watching, and an aspiring darter is not the way to go on 266.
And he does that every time as well, so there must be something thinks he's worked out.
60.
The realisation he looked up to see. I mean, 172 is not the end of the world when your opponent's on 213, but when you're playing the elite players, part of the game,
100.
he can improve. I'm a big fan of Leonard Gates. I'm not moaning about him, and what I'm saying is if he's looking for that extra 1 and 2%, which I think he's getting better all the time, he's been the star of the show. Is MacIntosh should go downstairs.
140.
I've
Energy required
highlighted
72.
my mourning has been directed at Jan about his finishing. Double 12 here for Leonard.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
is
leg.
so good
Leonard
on the
Gates.
doubles.
So we talk about where he can get away with it, and when you're playing those top players, you won't be
Fifth
able
leg,
to.
it's Leonard to throw
Does
first.
he get away with it
Game
in
on.
2 weeks' time when he goes to somewhere you love so much, the Lakeside?
When he was 20-1,
100.
albeit the fact he had Thibaut Tricol to play in that area of the section there, I still thought it was huge odds. I think he's now down to 10-1. It's the most open Lakeside field
30.
of all time. I remember going to a Lakeside, Matt, as an even money favourite before a dart was thrown.
140.
Now I think it's what? Is it 10-1 the field?
Well, it's 9-2 Andy Barton's. Leonard Gates was 20-1. He's been nibbled in even further.
140.
He's now 8-1. Second favourite to lift that title.
$100.
Yeah, I do like Andy Barton's. He's a tough man to play on the open circuit. One of them ones that you wanted to kick up the backside at times because he would give it large to you. Very talented. I think he's underachieved, Andy Barton's. I think he's extremely
60.
talented.
Leonard, you
And
require
rightly so, the number 1
161.
seed. As Leonard Gates looks at 161. Now it's just about the setup play, but he'll be happy with the way the situation is right now. He's lifted that average
94.
close to 90 now. 67 points away, but again, 271 means he needs another treble. Finds it.
140.
Great dart to the man from the Faroes, but it's in the hands
67.
of the American.
He's just 67 points away from his first 2 points of the day and playing himself into contention.
35.
And he will expect to
require
come back, but
131.
McIntosh has just had a 2 treble visit. You can find a couple of trebles here. He'd get a poke at the double, but instead it's back to Gates. 3 darts in hand to put him on to 12 points.
55. Leonard, you require 32.
Well, one of the big successes of this match has been the doubling of Leonard Gates. And
Game
no
shot
problems,
and the
no
match,
dramas.
Leonard
Gates.
Gates.
Just a little reminder to those top 3 that he's still here. He will fancy his chances of going through the card today because he has those levels. For Jan McIntosh, he continues to impress. He's on debut. As we look at the tail of the tape there, Jan was averaging much more than Leonard throughout that game. But Leonard's doubles 4 from 9, another 100 plus finish. Leonard Gates moves to 12 points. Big game coming up. James Richardson versus Jake McMillan.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Leonard Gates get the better of Jan McIntosh by 4 legs to 1. The American getting on the board early on in proceedings. As you can see, that man there, James Richardson, is top of the pile. Both him and Jake McMillan level on points going into the last day's affairs. Ready and waiting down in commentary to describe this one. It's Glenn Durham and Matthew Edgar.
Top of the table clash. The winner of this will take that top position, James Richardson. Perfect day yesterday. He's gone and played the man who had the perfect end yesterday. That victory over Leonard Gates gave him plenty of positivity to leave here with. And so here with his partner, who's gave him his marching orders. She wants a couple of days off. She wants to go sightseeing. And Glenn, you know what it's like when you get given those marching orders by the partner.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely. The big journey to make. Like I said, he just seems like he's enjoying the experience. He had a little mid-session wobble yesterday,
80.
Jay, because there was just a little period when he was having like a 4-point gap and things were looking really good. But I thought his final game
96.
of the day just was that real bounce-back ability. And he's right in the mix on 14 points. And as you mentioned, the winner of this game goes top. I'm just looking at James Richardson there, the focus, the desire, that willingness.
59.
Good sign for James Richardson. I know that you fancy him to top the table today. I wasn't so sure. Look at the eyes. Look at the focus.
40.
What did
Look
he
at
say?
the bounce out.
What did he say yesterday? Come beat me. Come have a go.
Yeah, I thought it was a great interview.
100.
In his mind, he sees himself as a professional player, and if you're hard enough, come and get it.
Reminds me of a show, Endurance.
84.
Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
$90.
But I feel like
James,
James
you require
Richardson's building. That's why I
170.
think he's a likely winner of the group today, because he's another player who's going to late side soon, and he's been playing a couple more opens, and
57.
I think he's building
Jake,
and
you
growing
require
to try and have an attack at
156.
late side to give himself that career-defining moment, so he isn't just the man that beat Barneveld once.
116.
Yeah, we've talked a lot
James,
today
you
about
require
the
60.
timetable and how it's fit nicely for Leonard Gates. Yeah, McMillan's opening games against this man in your picture looking at tops. Big dart very early.
40.
Not up to the challenge.
Jake, you
Chance for Jake
require
McMillan.
40.
This would be for a break, a throw.
20.
They've got to go, Matt.
James, you require
And that's
20.
an opportunity that we can't really say he's been passing him by. He's took all those opportunities until now. Normally against a player like James Richardson, you don't get that repeat.
15.
But he does.
Jake, you
A
require
reprieve.
20.
Another opportunity here for Jake McMillan to take the early lead in this top of the table clash.
Game shot on the first leg. Jake McMillan.
Yeah, missed out at a double. Sometimes they criticise the saying, yeah, take into effect the tension, the anxiety, and sometimes it's just the lack of
Second leg,
quality.
it's Jake to throw first.
And the reason I feel it's
Game
tension, the fact that James Richardson has been brilliant this week. Yesterday was absolutely fantastic.
34. $100.
Is he the type of player, James, who'll be thinking about those missed darts?
No.
140.
You've got to be careful how you put this, because I was going to say, I don't think he's a guy who thinks about much, but you know how those things can get misinterpreted.
100.
But yeah, I don't think he's a guy that really thinks too much about the game. He's very much just point me in the direction of the board and I'll throw my darts at it.
Yeah, the less thought process on there, the better for me. If you can clear your mind when you're up there, you're a stride above that overthinker.
100.
James Richardson works in a very manual job. He works on building sites. So for him,
60.
it's the end of November. It's cold outside. He could be outside in the cold, picking up bricks and
83.
doing lots of manual
Jake, you
labour. Or he
require
could be here throwing
167.
darts in perfect conditions. And he's probably someone who just really
115.
appreciates what he's actually
James,
got
you require
and the opportunity to do
180.
this.
Well, that opportunity may need to go. He's given himself a chance. It's tops for 1-1.
98.
In fact, it just goes a little
Jake,
bit low.
you
You can see the
require
disappointment because
52.
Jake is sat on a 2-darter.
Game shot on the
Said
second
on Monday
leg.
morning,
Jake
the
McMillan.
finishes of 48, 52, 56 could be very crucial this week. And that's the reason why, because the difference
Third
in a
leg,
best
it's
of
James to
7
throw
of
first.
1-1 and
Game
2-0
on.
is massive.
$140.
One player that none of us predicted would be top of the
100.
table overnight and going through to Saturday night is Jake McMillan.
Well, let me remind you, on Monday, he was the biggest outsider of them all to win this group. He was
123.
available at 12-1.
An awful lot to like about that throw.
140.
When he throws with pace, especially, like where he is now, he's just throwing with that rhythm. The combination of the technique and the fluency produces some spectacular
40.
darts.
Is that more to do with the person he's playing as well? You know, that a pacey player, different challenge when you're playing a McEwan.
180.
The pace of the game, the flow of the game, but also the fact that the darts are going how he wants to will disengage the brain, and it'll just allow the thing he knows what to do,
74.
the thing he does all the
Jake, you
time,
require
just to come
81.
through onto the match board.
$56.
Well, you can't get no closer than
James,
that.
you
He's got to
require
go back, and it's
124.
hope rather than expectation to be back, because this man's looking good. The bullseye away.
99.
Same spot.
Jake, you require 25.
Pops for the 8-8, 2 darts in hand.
17. James, you require 25.
That the opportunity James Richardson needs. This is on James Richardson's throw. This could be a hold that feels like a break.
21.
James Richardson in this game
Jake, you require
has had 9
8.
darts at a double and taken 0. That will hurt. Jake McMillan will have been delighted to hear the fact he will be returning. These are the chances he has to take. Unassailable 3-0 lead?
Leg. Jake McMillan.
Possibly.
What I saw there was something I'm sure
Fourth leg.
comes
It's Jake to throw
straight out the
first.
Glenn Durham
Game on.
handbook. Because before we went back for those doubles, he just took a moment. He took the sting out of the game,
134.
just broke that flow, came up, delivered, left James Richardson at the back of the stage waiting.
58.
Oh, come and get me if you're hard enough. Jake McMillan is like the heavyweight champion of the world at 3-0 up, he'll be feeling. And enjoying that pace right now. And
99.
flow and throw is just getting him through. He's a big lead here, and I did not expect a one-sided affair, but this is the reason why.
60.
Both had virtually the same amount of darts at a double. One's taken them, one hasn't.
101.
Okay. I was interested to see how that would go, but yeah, he's left to finish. I like it.
60. Jake, you require 167. 139.
Perfection. Quite simply from my co-commentator, it was just a simple, exactly how I felt about that. This has been impressive.
96.
Jake McMillan
Jake, you
didn't get
require
the headlines this
28.
morning, didn't get our vote.
Game
He
shot.
might
and the
now,
match.
because that
Jake
is
McMillan.
superb, and he punched the floor. I'm here, I want to win it. Magnanimous in defeat as always, James Richardson. He knows where the camera is as well. A stunning start from the Canadian, a 4-0 victory, averaging over 91. That will do nicely. The big games keep on coming. It's Leonard Gates looking to keep challenging against Johan Engstrom. That's up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've completed our first round on Wednesday morning here in Portsmouth, and before the break we saw the Canadian Jake McMillan get the better of James Richardson by 4-0 in a big top of the table tussle. Elsewhere in the first round of fixtures, Leonard Gates got his campaign underway, a perfect start, a 4-1 win against Jan McIntosh, whilst to Jim McEwan, he got the better of Johan Engstrom by 4-2. This is how the table occupies itself then, still very tight at the top, but Jake McMillan has given himself a 2-point lead from Richardson, as you can see there, and that could be potentially a big result as the day moves forward. Right, next up for us, it is Leonard Gates back in action against Johan Engstrom. It's a battle of the United States and Sweden. And watching this downstairs, it is the man who's won the Iceland Open this year and a man who's won in many a country, Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a great start for Jake McMillan there. A big 4-0 victory and a big statement to make. He'd be walking on air going back, but he must have the realisation that there's a huge game coming after this one. Jake McMillan versus Jim McEwan is after this game, and all Leonard Gates can do. We said he had the perfect start. No disrespect to the man in your picture, no disrespect to Jan McIntosh, but the weakness for Leonard Gates so far has been his slow starts, and he's got the bottom two to get out the way quickly before he then motors, hopefully, into some big head-to-heads. I guess that's his plan.
First leg, it's Johan to throw first.
That will no doubt be the plan. But that performance from Johan Engstrom in the opening game, 92.48. He might have something to say about this because he's looked a lot more assured of himself
100.
today than he did yesterday, despite the fact he's now on a run of 6 defeats.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve them 6 defeats, and if you know about the game of darts, you'll know
97.
exactly what I'm saying there. He's playing decent. He just seems to be walking into players playing very well against him, and sometimes it's just you get a roles reversal, and I'm just thinking that Group C,
96.
Alan Norris, Darren Johnson, Brett Claydon, probably Jan McIntosh. It's one of the top 4 players we're going to see. Is that going to be a bad thing then going into the mighty Group B?
Different weeks are obviously, depending on the players that you get, depends on which group
60.
you'd want to be in. Sometimes it's better to be in a Group C based on who's in there.
I think that's a very winnable group, but Group B, I mean,
121.
that's bringing into 2 players. How are they playing? Chaz Barstow and Martin Thomas. And I don't, Joe Croft also in the mix there, but it's 2 of the big favourites for the week, Martin Thomas and Chaz Barstow.
41.
I think Group B is definitely the one to be in this week. We don't know what Joe
143.
Croft's going to do here on debut. A qualifier here from the ADC, Martin Thomas. In that group as well, we've seen him here before. He has got through to
43.
a Saturday night. But that Group C this week, I think, is quite tricky. Darren Johnson, who's here in preparation for being a seed at Lakeside. Alan Norris starting to play good darts again on the Seniors Tour. Brett Claydon, for me, is a player that when
55.
he realises how good
Leonard,
he
you
is,
require
will do so much
100.
better. Former PDC Tour card holder.
Yeah, I think a lot of the strength's been in Group A as well this week. It's
60.
looked at
Johan,
some of
you
the names
require
for next week, and it's just one of
149.
those weeks when you go, ouch.
$60. Leonard, you require 40.
We said he looked more assured, Johan Engstrom, but could get his throw broken here in the opening leg.
Game
That
shot
would be
on the first
disappointing for
leg,
Johan.
Leonard
He had
Gates.
18 darts in that leg and was still at least 2 away from being able to check out. So that's not going to cut it against Leonard Gates.
Yeah, Leonard Gates, 86 average in the first game.
Second leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
Maybe if he'd have played one of them
Game
top
on.
4 players, that wouldn't have been enough. I just sense that. Just the way it's felt today, it's going to give Leonard Gates a chance. And
137.
look, he joins that gaggle of players on 14 points in the in-play table we're looking at. What a huge game coming up next for Jake McMillan.
140.
After a round 1 of players, Matt, I'm
100.
none the wiser who's going to win it.
I wish I could help you out with that one, but I'm not sure I can add too much value to that at the minute. And I'm going along the line of what you said this morning, that just when you think you've worked the Super Series out, it turns around, and this game is a fine example of that. Engstrom, 18 darts with the throw and didn't get down to a reasonable shot at a finish.
100.
Then he kicks off 140, 180.
Yeah, Johan's definitely playing better. My criticism is how much he was walking on the darts. Now his nose was touching the advertising of the letter F early in the week.
60. Leonard, you require 164.
I just think he stabilised that throw a little bit. Difficult one to assess as Leonard because he's just so free-flowing. It's just like he's, hey, I'm just enjoying myself on the hockey when he's at his best.
45. Johan, you require 121.
I can actually imagine Leonard doing that as well, especially the hey part.
Didn't dare go into the accent because I was going to start going. Johan Engstrom looks at 1-2-1.
76. Leonard, you
Go
require
on, do the accent. Call this 119 in the accent.
Of Leonard Gates. Put a shrimp on the barbie. Tops.
Game shot on the second
He
leg.
is
Leonard
so
Gates.
good on the doubles. It's no coincidence, is it? He hits those doubles in
Third leg. It's Johan to
meaningful
throw
moments.
first.
That's why
Game
he's
on.
holding so many titles right now. He must see a double, and it just all of a sudden it opens up where he just plonks it in.
And I've also got to say, I apologise, Glenn, but
100.
you're probably trending around the MODUS Super Series universe right now for your awful American accent.
140.
Hey, was that a 119, Glenn?
That's better. Better.
What's your favourite colour, Sheila? Oh, no, what's your favourite name, Sheila?
123.
What's your favourite colour? Blue. Yeah, well, that's my Australian jokes out the way. Let's get on with the darts.
Well, the social team's going to have a very easy job today. He's making their job nice and easy for them, Glenn.
140.
I think I've done that all week, actually. Don't leave a 1-2-1 finish, Leonard, please. I am liking Johan Engstrom, who's not getting the results.
140.
But once again, he's averaging over 94 at the moment.
140.
Just walking into the juggernauts.
You said game number 3 is when we start seeing the best from Leonard Gates, but on a decision day like today, when the chips are
98.
down,
Leonard, you
is he
require
coming to the
81.
party a game early?
When you see 81, you're thinking of the bullseye. You look at the 12 bed. Just needs to double check here. Like I said, I'm not being disrespectful. But just needs to take his time, make sure he makes the right decision. He's done that. And it is the bullseye. Does he get it? Yes or no?
Yes.
56.
The next time
Johan,
he
you require
goes for the
40.
bullseye. Not this time.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's what I
Johan
meant. Johan
Engstrom.
gets it. I thought that was the question.
Fourth leg. It's Leonard to throw first.
Good standard.
Game
Good
on.
game. Johan hanging in there. Despite the defeats he had yesterday in the Open with defeat today, he's averaging 95 in this, 92 in his
100.
opening game. That puts him around about the mark of a 94. And he's not getting wins.
97.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players over the past sort of 12 months have been sat in this chair of losing games on the spin, and you can see how disheartened they get.
100.
Just don't want to be there. The experience just hasn't worked. I'm not sensing that from you, and I think even he knows he's playing decent. Just happens to be walking into players who are finding their A game against him. The big worry
60.
is you start thinking, why is it always against me?
$61. $100.
Nice little 140 would be nice. 180 would be even better.
140.
Lovely first dart. Leaves plenty of room to the right-hand side for a typewriter 180.
140. Leonard, you require 100.
No, he just missed doubles.
Game shot on the 4 flag, Leonard Gates.
Super darts, Leonard Gates. This is a real strong performance from Johan Engstrom. But it's Leonard
5th leg,
Gates that
it's
leads
Johan to throw
3-1.
first.
Averaging
on.
very, very nice, which is no surprise. Averaged 111 on Monday in one of his games, followed by 103. The game is there for Leonard.
Well, Leonard Gates has
135.
won 7 legs now so far today. 3 of them have been with the tumblers checkout. 119, 100 and 102.
100.
The highlight of my week this week has been the 100-plus finishes. I mean, Jim McEwan can start his own database this week. Maybe talk about that in the next game. Looking forward to that one.
59.
Don't often get a respond on social media, but someone said this Group A at the beginning could be one of the weakest. Well, I can't think of a better Group A. I've sat here and commented, and I think the quality this week has been top rank.
Let's not just talk about the quality. Let's talk about the stories that are developing. We have got 4 players still who can
64.
win this group.
Yeah, for the neutral, it's fantastic to watch. For our statisticians, it's a nightmare. Should go the 18s.
59.
Now look at what he's left. And it's that realisation when he looks now. Glenn zips mouth before gets into trouble.
Well, it's just plan A is score really big, and plan B is do plan A better.
17.
Please don't stay there. 54 left. He could stay on the 18s. Personally, I would move over to... Yeah, he's just double-checking with the referee there.
122.
Outstanding once again, Leonard Gates.
Time on his hands to come back for tops, to wrap this up, and to put himself in
140.
the mix.
Leonard, you require 40.
Well, we did say that the timetable was good for him,
Game
but you
shot
have to
on the
beat the
match,
players. Leonard Gates moved to that 14 points and motoring very nicely. Johan Engstrom, if you are watching back, he holds his hands. You are not playing badly, sir. But Leonard Gates suddenly is woken up this week and he's putting a little run together now. Now he's got some big head-to-head clashes, but look at the numbers. 104.79, 66% on the outer ring, another 119 finish. Outstanding stuff from the American. Big game coming up. Top of the table. It's Jake McMillan against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Leonard Gates, a superb performance. A 4-1 win against Johan Engstrom, his second win of the day. Next up for us, it's Jake McMillan in action up against Jim McEwan. These games at the top of the table really are getting bigger and bigger, aren't they, by the match? It'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. Right, this is our 5th game of the morning session, and watching it down in the commentary box is a very good morning to Matthew Edgar and Glenn Dowett.
Jake McMillan, man top of the table at the moment, but he's done the group a favour here. That came in his last match. He beat James Richardson 4-0. James Richardson, the man who opened the day at the top of the table. He did a lot of damage yesterday. A lot of big wins for James Richardson, 4-0 and 4-1.
It's Jake to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we're talking about how tight it is, Matt. A win here for Jake McMillan goes 4 points clear. Not a scenario I was expecting to say going into the second games, and I didn't expect it to be Jake McMillan. So he's got his own carrot that's dangling there for him, but tough ask against this man. Series 5 champion, life-changing win. He said in an emotional interview, and look, Monday was tough. It was you can understand going back after the highs of last time to, to the no crowd the Monday morning. Just adjusting very nicely, and a win here for Jim McEwan. He become favourite.
Quite possibly.
100.
I mean, he started the week favourite. I mean, the favourite for this week's flip-flopped around a lot. It's gone from Jim McEwan on day one. Then it was Leonard Gates. Now it's James Richardson. It's moved every single day, and that's just the really good story we've had here in this Group A campaign.
Well, another story of the Group A campaign is players going for an 18. Just hit a
124.
Incredible amount of players do that, but the transition back to the treble 20, an ideal start here for Jim McEwan. And
99.
It would be for a breaker throw.
Jimmy require 138. $58. Jake, you require 164.
Yeah, options on 164. Go downstairs, so you'll stay there.
117.
That's all the pressure in the world on this 80. It's all about staying straight in the first dart, even potentially looking at tops. He does that as safe tops. So what he's saying to himself, I'm going to give myself a dart at double top.
40.
And that setup play from Jake McMillan, who's been second best in this leg.
Is a player at the end of his last game pointed to the floor and said, "I'm here."
15. Jimmy require
of a wire.
40. Game shot on the first leg, Jim McEwan.
That's just how finely balanced games of darts are.
Well, I'm going to use a term you've just
Second
used
leg,
there.
It's Jim to throw
Flip-flop.
first.
Well,
game on.
The day's gone it, the week's gone it, and that leg had it as well. There's going to be so much of that throughout the day, you feel. Stay with us. Let us know your thoughts. Give us a follow at MSS Darts. Here with Primetime himself. I'd love to know, love to discuss anything that's on your mind. There's some big darts coming up.
140.
Anything more to Super Series, just get in touch. Give it a follow, and we'll have a discussion.
I think what I can tell from the social media here, following that accent you just did in the Leonard Gates game, I think they're really enjoying it. It says
100.
Is there any chance Glenn could do a Jim McEwan accent in this one?
180.
Give it a go. Where's me gold? He is Irish, isn't he? Oh, he's Scottish, sorry. I'll give that one a go.
85.
Is that
60.
Mutley?
Not my forte, is it? Doing impressions. Yeah, that's the impression Jake's trying to do now. But yeah, after 9 darts, 1-2-1. The problem on 273 starting on the 20s is that you 95. Do need a couple of trebles with your
Jake,
first 2 darts.
121.
Advantage McMillan. He doesn't need to be so aggressive. He'll
57.
like treble 16 on the last dart when you have covered that first dart, but he's given himself a finish. McEwan will put as much pressure on as possible.
Assesses the scoreboard, comes downstairs for the open target.
92.
Nice switch, and
Jake
there's that
requires
pressure.
64.
Jim McEwan more than capable of an 86 finish.
48.
Oh, and that's just hit the first dart.
Jim,
That
you
would
require 86.
be more of a foe than a friend. 18s for McEwan. Got 2 darts himself, double 16. I think McMillan watches on in
the
hope.
second leg,
That
Jim
hope
McEwan.
was very quickly dashed.
That's why I should never give up in a leg.
Third
Second
leg,
best
it's Jake
throughout.
to throw
Get
first.
one opportunity.
Game on.
That was clean.
57.
And make no excuses for the in-play table today. So this is bearing in mind, remember, if Jim McEwan wins this game. That's what then we will be looking at. And with James Richardson up next,
59.
look at the legs difference. Jim McEwan with a big win here could move to plus 13.
60.
Doesn't get much tighter than that.
That's what I like to call a Glenn Durrant shot, that one.
What was it, a 180?
No, tight.
134.
I can't say that. You bought the team some donuts, didn't you?
58.
Which one's Glenn?
And then goes, pick up some donuts for the team. And I went over, which one's these ones? He goes, no, cheapest.
98.
Perfect dart.
140.
An awful lot to like about Jake McMillan. Did produce an incredible comeback on day one, which is another skill that he has in the armoury. However, he is up against someone who I think just looks in tip-top
127.
form right now. Chucky looking very, very good. 66 left.
134.
What we're seeing here is a difference between
Jim, you
someone who
require
wants to
83.
achieve something and someone who is used to and regularly achieving success here at the Super Series.
And it was an 86 finish in the last time. I like that dart. Leaves 33. So what he's gambling on here is having a one dart or a double. Double 12.
71.
Any
Jake,
thoughts
you
on that
require
player, that
52.
first dart? Is maybe something we can discuss in the next day, because so far today, Jake's been good on these types of finishes, but could do better.
Game shot on the
That is
third
better.
leg, Jake
And he's
McMillan.
back in the game. A holder throw there for Jake McMillan. Big, important holder throw as well. McEwan goes 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw
I only
first.
see one winner from that point.
Game on.
But going back to your point, that I don't like it. Because going the 17s, you're still going to get that potential dart of the ball with 2 singles, which is what he threw at anyway.
57.
It's just switching the order around, but you're guaranteed to burn a dart. You're only ever going to get 1 dart going that way, where you might get 2.
58.
We're
100.
talking in a day and age at the moment where the shot of 91 to 95 is becoming out of fashion going the bullseye route. And that is
59.
a sizable harder shot because those extra 10 points don't guarantee you a dart at the ball if you hit 2 singles. So I think that's overcomplicating a normal situation.
140.
Getting a couple of messages off the Northern Ireland lads as well, saying, McEwan, Irish.
58.
doing the circuit. One of the things on the exhibitions was, where's your favourite
118.
country for having a breakfast? Scottish Open. One of the worst hotels, but one of the best breakfasts.
68. Jim, you require 86.
Bit of squared sausage for Jim McEwan if this goes in. 5 left. Just a little look at Jake McMillan's score. And Jake's realising the situation now as well. A little shake of the head.
22.
Well, that now makes this leg just a little bit interesting. Jake does need to find the treble. And certainly does. Now, this leg was over and done with 20 seconds
Jim, you
ago.
require 64.
Now it's finally poised.
Was that celebration where have you been, or was he channeling his inner Bret Hart? Fellow Canadian, the hitman, Brits tops.
44.
From
Jake, you
nowhere,
require
can he put
78.
McEwan in the sharpshooter? Don't hit the 4. What a dart that is. Double 12. And from absolutely
Shot on the
nowhere,
fourth flag, Jake
he holds his
McMillan.
hands in apology, but he doesn't mean any of that because Jim McEwan had that leg. The setup play was disappointing.
Fifth
It
leg,
gave
it's
Jake
Jake to
just a
throw
little
first.
bit of an outside
Game on.
chance. He smashed in the 180. I tell you what, roles reversal right now, and the penny for your thoughts for Jim
46.
McEwan.
The apology. Would you have apologised in that situation?
I might have, but I didn't mean it. Just seems to be the done thing these days, just to hold your hands up. But I never meant I was
43.
buzzing.
I think you'll remember,
You winning a leg against me and doing it.
well, when I was here about 6
140.
months ago, I think every time I won a leg, I gave it a bit. It didn't matter if they missed 9 darts at a double beforehand. It's job done, and I'd like to see a little bit more of that at times.
100.
Did you ever win a leg against me? Serious question.
Maybe if we did like a
60.
101 practice game or something like that, or maybe if you gave me a handicap, you know, I started on 301, you on 501, then maybe I'd have got a dart at a double or something. But
Did enjoy me 6-0 wins over in the Pro. So even though you're rattling your darts behind me.
108.
Beautiful darts from McEwan.
that's why I was very surprised that you said you wasn't very good in impressions, because you've impersonated
45.
a dart player for the last 3 years.
Tell you what, well, I should have smashed this man at the World Seniors and makes it look at a decent performance the way Jim's playing this week. Once again, he'd be
72.
disappointed with them last 2 darts there and an outside chance for McMillan. Can he set up like he did in the last one? The answer is
98.
that's not bad.
Jim, you require 106.
This has been what it's all about this week. These types of finishes, and in particular, this man has been brilliant. Can't do it this time. Chance for Jake, and you could just see behind
98.
there.
Jake, you
Just gone for a
require
little sip of
112.
water. His on throat must hit.
We've been impressed with Jake in these situations all week. Jim McEwan almost feels like he knows what's going to happen here. He's seen the script.
92. Jim,
McMillan
you require 8.
pulls it low.
Remember that dart. At the end of the day, remember that dart. If Jim McEwan picks up
Game shot on the
the
fifth
victory,
leg.
there was a
Jim
moment there,
McEwan.
Jake. Does he then kick on leading 3-2 there? He's still got another leg of darts where he would be throwing first.
Sixth leg. It's Jim to throw
Could have been
first.
4 points clear after
Game
this
on.
match. Now it's very much in the advantage of Jim McEwan. It's a big ask to break Jim. However,
41. $85.
You feel, though, there for Jake McMillan, it was kind of a missed opportunity on the basis that that 1 dart was his 18th dart he threw in the leg.
123.
You've got 18 darts to hold your throw against Jim McEwan. It needs to go.
yes, I'm struggling to concentrate after hearing something from our
57.
director in my ears there. Bully. Perfect mark of field to follow. Absolutely is. And this is the Brucey bonus.
140.
Absolutely perfection. Executed superbly well. But he's hanging in, is Jake.
180.
Lovely, tight, compact maximum there as well for Jake McMillan. One of the things that, a true quality of Jake McMillan here, that got so much fight. Doesn't know when he's
59.
beat.
And I'd even say, without that 180, Chucky does not score 59.
99.
And you're absolutely right in something you picked up. The
138.
quicker Jake sort of plays, the better rhythm he has, stronger he becomes. We've seen him hit the 138 today, not this time to Jim McEwan. However, he's going to leave it really pretty.
94.
Big,
Jake,
big
you
three
require
darts to Jake
80.
McMillan. His biggest of this week.
One dart left.
70.
That was to save the opportunity,
require
but now Jim
44.
McEwan, and you expect to win this group, could go top.
$24.
Well, did not
Jake,
expect
you
that. A couple of
require
times
10.
today, he's sort of feeling that shoulder, so he'd be desperate to win this group.
Game shot on
Jake
the sixth
McMillan,
flag.
fair
Jake
play.
McMillan.
Captain of Canada is fighting like mad. And does he become favourite for this match? Because he will have the dart
Seventh
in
and
his
final leg.
deciding
It's
last
Jake to
leg.
throw first.
Biggest
Game
leg of the
on.
week?
Biggest three darts of the week so far for Jake McMillan. And oh wow, look at him go.
108.
Big moment. It was all on the first three for me there for Jake McMillan. He fills it up. He's got a massive lead already here, Jim McEwan, back against the ropes.
60.
Incredible moments. And Jim McEwan didn't watch any of those 180 darts going in. And it's an absolute sickener as you walk to the
97.
hockey. And that treble 19 is like a block of gold. Great stuff from Jake McMillan.
Well, he's forcing Jim to hit a maximum here, or Jim just to hope that McMillan's going to make mistakes at the back end of it, but there are no signs of that
45.
whatsoever. A huge advantage of a maximum between the pair.
57.
That's okay. He's got time on his hands. He's done the damage. It's over to McEwan. He needs a max, and then he's still got to hope. And he just can't find a treble. That's 8.
60.
9 without
Jake,
a
you
treble
require
in a last leg shootout.
167.
McMillan, all the time he needs.
Yeah, it's his to lose from here.
60.
And I have no problem with them darts as well. Just keep it very simple. But time on his side, only a 180.
140.
6 darts and
Jake, you require
107 for McMillan.
107.
Again, this is absolutely fine. No rush, no panic. He's left himself a nice 2-darter. And there's a bit of frustration for Jim. He knows he's not done the job here, but
71.
just to
Jake,
tap
you
him on the
require
shoulder.
56.
For the match and for a 4-point lead in this Group A campaign. It's the
Big
magic
shot
man
and the match,
McMillan who
Jake
wins
McMillan.
4-3 in an absolute thriller here at the MODUS Super Series. And how big will that double 10 be? 4 points clear at this stage of the day. We didn't really talk about Jake McMillan this morning. And never mind the averages there. Super competitive, super tight. Nothing to separate them through them games. McEwan had his chance, didn't take it. McMillan did. He moves to 18 points. And next up, it's the favourite before start to play today, James Richardson. He plays Jan McIntosh.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Jake McMillan really take control of the Group A proceedings, getting the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 3. How key could that last leg decider be as he races into a 4-point lead at the top of the tail? From this man, here James Richardson, who's looking to cut the gap to 2. He takes on the man from the Faroe Islands in Jan McIntosh in this, the 6th game of the day. Down in the commentary box, it's Matthew Egg and Glenn Dalton. And guys, I've just been working out Matt's record against Glenn. It's Glenn Dalton 1-3, Matthew Egger 1-0.
You sound surprised, Henry. One of them's a 3-time Lakeside champion and a Premier League champion who never talks about it. And one's won the Iceland Masters and the Morrison's Open.
I believe there was once I was absolutely pummeling you and you threw the rattle out the pram and just completely turned it all around.
Well, how can you if I beat you 6-0 3 times?
To throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood doesn't care, he's just very interested, and I'm sure he's absolutely loving the quality of the darts that he's seeing right now. And Jake McMillan, he must be feeling $1 million backstage right now in the players area.
55.
I think for Jake, got to stay really focused as he's up next, and he can put himself in an unbelievable position in a game he'll fancy against Johan Engstrom. That's up next, and right
58.
now it's all about that man just retrieving his darts, James Richardson. It was a big day for him. But that opening game loss to Jake, the big 4-0 victory at that means he's now up against it. It's in the hands of the Canadian.
85.
Which makes this game so important for James Richardson because he can't lose any more ground. Jake McMillan
40.
is looking composed. He knows what he wants, as everyone does. They want to win this group, but he's got that extra motivation.
Jake McMillan will have played
121.
4 games by game 10. I've talked about the timetable. Did we sort of miss that one out and puts him in a great position? He could be looking at being sat on 22 points
100.
and that'll be unassailable, you feel.
But what that does is it puts it in his own hands, and as a player, you know that the worst position to be in is sat waiting on other people. Didn't you go walk around the running track once when you were sat waiting on
55.
results?
Did a little bit of commentary at the Wolverhampton last week, and it was on the backdrop of that athletics track. Did bring back the memories of Simon Whitlock
133.
versus Gerwin Price, but it's all about James Richardson. Right now he's left the big fish, and let's talk about the quality this week. Well, we've seen some such stunning 1-6-1 finishes.
99.
And we're about to see
James,
the
you
biggest of
require
them all.
170.
Well,
130.
small fish will do.
Yeah, and you require 86.
And Jan McIntosh pick up the scraps.
If there has been a criticism of Jan McIntosh, it has been on the outer ring, the doubles. But that's a lovely marker. You'd expect this one to go.
70.
When you're not using them,
James,
that's
you
just
require
a
40.
sign of the lack of confidence there on the doubles.
Yeah, good analysis there, Matt. I think that's absolutely right. That's one area where he's going to match these
Shot on
guys
the
if he's going to
first
do
leg,
something
James
this week. And just see
Richardson.
him look up to the heavens a little bit there. But it's in his hands, and when opportunity knocks, you've just got to grab it with
Second
both hands.
leg,
And
it's James to throw first.
unfortunately, the conclusion of
Game
his
on.
Group A campaign just didn't really happen. But scoring as well as the big players, just not finishing as where he wants to be. And
96.
the stats of 15% on Monday just sort of highlights that.
$100. $58. $40.
Wide and handsome there. Chance for Richardson. Finds that first one.
140.
Better from Richardson. Once again, it's no surprise to see these players just over the 90 average all the time. Some of the numbers we're posting today. The opening game of the day, the pair of them averaged over 90.
100.
At 104.79 from Leonard Gage, but I think the biggest moment of the day so far, that winning double there by Jake McMillan.
140.
Just look at the in-play table. It could have been so congested, so tight. But that little bit of space right now, and MacIntosh could do Jake McMillan a big favour at winning this game.
45.
It's going to be a big
James,
ask
you
for me
require
because Richardson's
67.
looking good.
Options here. Chooses tops. Chooses
Game shot on the
tens.
second leg.
Doubles his
James
lead.
Richardson.
Bit one-sided at the moment, this one.
Likes to rub his rock, doesn't he, before?
Third leg, it's Jan to throw first.
Each leg of darts.
Game on.
Something I would hate. Chalk on your fingers, what we talked about. Really tough hands being a manual bricky.
125.
Just to soften the hands. There's that rock of chalk. Is it me or has it landed on his lip?
100.
Lovely averages. 94.46 for James Richardson once again. It's just been the standard the past year and a bit.
100.
The chalk on his fingers there.
100.
He said about feels like he's a professional player. And I just get the vibe that this is a professional performance so far from James Richardson.
140.
Doing the right things, but this is a big leg from McIntosh. He's digging deep when just suggested that it was looking a little bit one-sided.
140.
Likes to chatter away, does
Jan, you require
James.
136.
It's when he really starts playing his best, when he's growling and snarling at the dartboard. Very John Park-esque.
92. James,
Yeah.
you require 160.
That's a lot of the players from this group in Saturday night's final. Should go bull, but such a good dart, that second one there. You could understand if
65.
he'd have followed it.
Jan, you require
And
44.
for the fee of repeating ourselves, this has been the issue for Jan. Can he correct it? Yes,
Game shot on
he
the
can.
third leg, Jan McIntosh.
However, Richardson leads 2-1.
That was a holder throw for Jan. He needs to find something like
Fourth
that
leg, it's James to
against the
throw
darts. A
first.
14 darter there.
Game on.
It's going to be very hard to break when your opponent goes out in 14. Forces you into 12 or less.
180.
As your McIntosh might find out very soon.
$140. $48.
Bit of a slip for Richardson. Offers an opportunity here for young McIntosh just to close the gap.
85.
That 180 now has been cancelled out from James Richardson.
Yeah, can he do it again? He's thinking to himself.
99.
I have something that you said there, just a very professional, polished performance so far. Jan's very much in the mix, that's for sure. James is doing exactly what he needed to do. 98 average after 3 legs.
83.
Treble 20 there from Jan just gives him an outside chance, but a 1-3-4 from Richardson here would be nice.
134.
Well, there's a 14 darter for McIntosh, and we said about how hard it is to break when someone's going out in 15 or less on the throw. McIntosh may be about to find out that exact same equation.
63.
Top for Richardson for a
James,
13.
you require 40. $30. Jan, you require 130.
Yeah, didn't expect that. And McIntosh is saying, get down to the bull. Not to be.
54.
Wouldn't have got it anyway,
Danger
Jan.
require 10.
Decision. So he likes to go 2-4-4. As James.
2.
Well, he couldn't have got any
Jan, you
closer.
require 76.
2 right on the wire for Richardson, and this is the opportunity that McIntosh would have been hoping and waiting for. He's got 2. That's
Game shot
all
on
he
the 4th
needs.
leg.
He's
Jan
levelled it up.
McIntosh.
At one point, thought Richardson was going to run away with this one. We suggested that the game was going a bit one-sided.
5th leg. It's Jan to
McIntosh is
throw
having
first.
none of it.
Game on.
What is a MacIntosh?
A dart player.
Court.
60.
A goat.
Elika.
$30.
Well, he's gone from professional to all of a sudden a little bit of panic, and a lot of credit goes to this man in your picture. Sort of discussed his finishing and being an issue and his scoring not being a problem. Well, at the moment, he's struggling to
23.
find the treble 20, but the doubles are no problem.
Richardson. Slow start with that first visit.
140.
Instantly eliminated with that second one, the 140. McIntosh, 2 trebleless visits. You talk about legs in a last leg shootout being so
81.
important, but for the vibe of this game, this could be the important one. Because if Richardson can get the break here, he'll be thrown first for the match.
45.
Yeah, the release of James's is different. When I'm looking at the follow through with a hand each time, and not the same. We've talked about Jan McIntosh, and I'm seeing a little Benito Van der Pas if he goes any further forward with that front elevation there.
140.
A lot of players of his height uses that height. James, I'm looking about the relaxation, the rhythm. I'm just looking at the way that hand alignment's finishing. That was perfection, the second dart.
83.
And usually his third dart is the best, albeit that one going in the treble 1. The big believers because he's not going for the transition to the next dart.
At what point does James Richardson start to panic?
85.
Yeah, good shout. Maybe a nice little 171 here would settle him. Not happening because he was
83.
a lap
Yeah, you
ahead of his
require
opponent
112.
after 2 legs. Second favourite.
Don't forget, he did lose his opening game 4-0 to Jake McMillan as well. So Richardson could go from being top of the table to being 4 points cut adrift.
54.
James Richardson
James, you
is
require
asking our
120.
production team to put the side on camera on this 120. Because we know it never misses. He's blame the cameraman, James, not me.
80. Jan, you require 58.
Well, he's returned the favour of the missed single. That was probably a bit closer to the double than he'd have wanted.
38.
Is
Danger
that the
require
opportunity?
40.
Yeah, it's the lesser spotted big 18 this week for a lot of the players, and that's going to really hurt Jan.
Game shot on the 5th leg. James Richardson.
Flip flop. I'm going to go back to that word, and I'm going to continue using it because the whole day I sense has
leg,
been
it's
about
James to throw
those 2
first.
words. Apart
Game
from
on.
the man from Canada, who so far is so good.
100.
I feel that was it. That was the moment, the opportunity for Jan McIntosh. And I don't think it's so much the dart of tops he missed. It's the big number.
Yeah, and that'll be in the school report.
140.
He reads that before his Group C campaign as the positives outweigh the negatives from the very proud man from the Faroe Islands.
60.
But he's here to learn an awful lot about himself. He's here to enjoy the experience, and I think he takes away an awful lot from this Group A campaign. And if he rectifies a couple of issues in Group C,
81.
we still may see him here on Saturday night. How good would that be for the Faroes?
100.
Lovely adjustment there over that first start.
100.
Just thinking the same.
I don't know about you, but I'm
140.
really getting drawn into this game because you can really feel what this means to James Richardson.
And I'm getting drawn into this game and the Group A, the whole process. I think it's been an unbelievable
100.
campaign.
James,
The
you
ups and the
require
downs, the trials,
101.
the tribulations, the swings and the roundabouts. A treble 20 for Richardson. Just as you think, Richardson has taken full control.
25.
Is it passed
Jan,
back?
you
Has
require
it flip-flopped?
80.
Back to McIntosh.
I asked at one point, does James Richardson panic?
70.
We may have seen it in the last visit.
James,
Can he
you require
recompose himself after
76.
seeing 2 darts missed against him?
Yeah, straight on the first. Perfect.
Game shot.
Quality
And the
finish
match, James
from a
Richardson.
brilliant player in James Richardson. Once again, Jan McIntosh is here. He's learning on the job. So close, yet so far from the man from the Faroes. But James Richardson, just a little reminder to Jake McMillan that he's still about. He did lose his first game, but at times that was a very professional and polished performance from James. He moves to 16 points. The big games keep on coming. It's top of the table, Jake McMillan. He's up next against Johan Engstrom.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our day here on Wednesday. Well, we've had a bit of a change on the balcony. We had the resplendent Glenn Durrant with us up here earlier on. Now we've got Matt Edgar alongside me, who looks like he's dressed ready for a weekend away with Will Mackenzie. Great to have you up here, Matt, and interesting day so far.
Yeah, it was always going to be, wasn't it? There was nothing going to happen today that wasn't going to cause us a bit of a story. We had 4 players still in the mix at the start of the play. We've still got plenty of players, plenty to play for here. 3 games still to go, and this is why I'm enjoying this Group A. Normally by now we know pretty much the destiny of at least one of the players. in terms of the winning of the group, and then we're sort of trying to work out who's going in B and C. That's a conversation we haven't even started yet, because this is all about winning the group.
All right, let's have a look and see what's happened so far today. These are the results from the first 6 matches of the session. There they are on your screen, evenly weighted, as you can tell. But Jake McMillan, he had that little bit of a wobble in the middle part of yesterday, but as you can see there, 2 wins from 2. He's making real good progress now.
I said I was impressed with him yesterday, and you asked me why. Everything we've seen from losing those couple of games to where we are now, the performances that he's put together, that's why. And when he's been behind and fighting back into things, we've seen him dominate games like that game at the start of the day against James Richardson, who came in here on the back of 5 successful victories straight in a row yesterday. And he said, come beat me. Jake McMillan did. And then he points to the floor and says, I'm here. He's been here all along. And he's in a very, very good position here to get himself through to Saturday at the first try.
So that is the story of Jake McMillan's day. But the other North American in the field, Leonard Gates, has also come out the traps flying, pardon the pun. And we said that he needed to get off to a quick start. That's exactly what he's done.
I think the fixtures work good for Leonard Gates there in the fact that he's playing the 2 people at the bottom of the table and not in this story and not in this journey. Get those points on the board, get that scoreboard pressure. Now he's going to go up against the top 3 at a time of day where he normally comes good.
So let's have a look at the table following the culmination of the first 2 rounds worth of fixtures. Jake McMillan, top of the pile. His lead 2 points from James Richardson in second. McEwan and Gates both on 14. Both realistically need to win from here on in to stand a chance and then hope that there's a slip from the Canadian. But he's got Johan Engstrom up next, who, yes, he's on 6 points, but that's probably not an evaluation really of his performances this week.
No, he's been playing good, especially today. Both averages well over the 90 mark. He's just not been getting the results. Does he get one here? I don't know. You said just then, does Jake make the slip? I've seen no indication to see that slip's going to come. And I think he's going to be very consistent, very steady. And I think he's going to see this out.
All right, let's see what happens. It's our 7th game of the day. It sees McMillan in action against Engstrom. Matt's going to make his way down to join Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Great analysis, as always. All about this man in your picture right now. It's been absolutely perfect so far and a difficult start to the day. But it's 2 wins out of 2, and he'll really fancy his chances against Johan, who's on a real losing streak at the moment. But I also feel that's a little bit unfair to say because he isn't playing badly. The worst thing that Jake could do is overlook Johan. He will be very much favourite going into this game, and once again, a potential of
First
putting
leg,
4
it's
points
Johan
between
to throw
himself
first.
and James
Game on.
Richardson. And James has got a big game coming up in his next one against Leonard Gates. So it's very much advantage to the Canadian. But don't write this man off. He's demonstrated enough qualities to say he'll be very, very dangerous in this match.
$59.
Do the players look at the league table? Is a question we try and work out regularly. I can tell you right now,
96.
James Richardson is huddled over the top of a laptop trying to work out all the possibilities. That is not the player I would have expected to
96.
be looking over that screen.
Is it the fact that he's already played Jake McMillan as well, and the fact that it's not in his hands no more? And like I said, this man may just do everybody a favour. Johan Engstrom is on this losing streak, as we've mentioned, Matt. But it's not like he's playing badly.
95.
Not at all. He's had 2 good performances today, a 92.5 and a 93.5.
58.
That's not the sign
Johan,
of a
you
man who's
require
got 0
170.
points. He's on that losing run. He had 5 defeats on 5 yesterday, 2 so far
58.
today. Does that take its toll when he gets into a match-winning position?
Well, it's when the fact that you're used to losing.
98. Johan,
Can
you
be
require 112.
Really difficult, and like I say, he's been involved in some unbelievable. Even when he was sat really good yesterday in one game, someone checked a 146 against him. They'll probably feel the world's against him, but things can change very, very quickly. They usually even themselves out. I don't know exactly what was on the tin in this first one. Said he was going to come out
60. Johan,
attempt
you
to win in
require
between
56.
15 and 18 darts. That's the plan. Everyone's a little bit nervous. You want the 12 darters. Well, he's got 2 darts to lead this match 1-0.
Game shot on the first
It's all
leg.
in
Johan
eights.
Engstrom.
Continues to take the opportunities when they present themselves. But
Second leg.
so
It's
just
Jake
up
to
on the
throw
balcony
first.
there that Jake McMillan
Game
may
on.
need to come off the boil a little bit to make the players come back into this group. That wasn't a solid opening leg, shall we
58.
say, there for Jake. He only won that in 18 darts, Johan Engstrom, and Jake back on 130.
By the way, who are you having a weekend with? Who are you dressed with?
60.
A name I've never heard of.
Oh, it was an in-betweeners joke.
77.
You not seen that program before, Glenn?
We're still watching Porridge from 1978 at the moment.
180.
Oh, referee Jack Garwood has shouted 180 plenty of times today.
96.
Sometimes you can build a competition up. Sometimes you can build a day up, and it's delivered. Some of the numbers that these guys are posting. Like I said, this has been an extremely strong Group 8. I'd like to think there's going to be 3 or 4 of
85.
these come Saturday night. The big favourite to join in the party tomorrow, Chaz Barstow, is
60.
always a big favourite when he comes here, but how is he playing? Martin Thomas, phenomenally good at competitions here at the MODUS Super Series down in Southampton and Portsmouth. Someone like Alan Norris, that would be a great romance because he's back playing very nicely. Got to a final of a
100.
Seniors Open recently. Great to see Alan play because I've stood behind him and taken some real batterings from him. I know how good Alan Norris
Johan, you
is.
require 76.
Brett Claydon is someone who you like the look of. Aaron Johnson. No Croft, so plenty to come still. But it's all about Johan Engstrom in this match.
Game shot on the
Wowza.
second leg. Johan Engstrom.
Well, you felt all day that this was coming, and you were saying at the back end of yesterday as well that you
Third
can't
leg, it's
continue to
Johan
play
to
like
throw
this and not
first.
win.
Game on.
Yeah, no reaction from the players area as well. I was expecting every double that goes in for Johan. There might be cheer in there because Jake has the potential to run away with things, but I think I said that exact same line yesterday when things
43.
were looking good, and it was around games 3 and 4 yesterday where he faltered.
54.
I've got to remember, this is a position that Jake McMillan would not have been in before, certainly here at the Super Series. And he's getting close, and he's got it in his hands. The only way that the rest of this group can back into this now is if he is
58.
not able to get the victories. But my concern here is the darts
60.
wavering from low to high. There's no pattern of play here from Jake McMillan. Spraying them, as we would say.
$78.
But to put the other side of the coin forward, Johan Engstrom is one of those players at the
59.
moment that has probably forgot the winning feeling. 7 matches in a row have been defeats for Johan Engstrom.
81. $58.
Can I take your mind back? 60 hours. Johan Engstrom 3, Jake McMillan 0. And that's when things turned around with Jake McMillan. The comeback of all comebacks to win that game
96.
4-3. I'm just thinking, is Johan thinking of a little bit of revenge here?
60.
In that game, though, Jake
Johan,
McMillan
you
was
require
showing signs
145.
that he was not out of it in this one. Averaging in the 60s.
Penny for your
60.
thoughts, Jim McEwan. He's just walked into a barrage of fantastic darts from Jake McMillan. He must be watching now thinking, what on earth? It's amazing that when you start
46.
thinking,
Johan,
I always
you
remember a
require
chat with
85.
Richard Ashdown when you see that winning line. And you have to run through it. And Johan Engstrom is a dart away from 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg.
Incredible
Johan
start to this
Engstrom.
match. Let's just look at the whole scenario here. Jake McMillan is top of the table.
Fourth leg, it's Jake to throw
McMillan
first.
has a potential to go
Game
to
on.
20 points. Johan Engstrom hasn't won for a long, long time.
108.
Played 5 yesterday, lost 5. Played 2 today, lost 2.
I'm just going to make a note that at the point of 3-0 down, Jake McMillan was averaging 65.
180.
Will we be talking about that?
180.
Jake may miss and Johan may hit. I've never seen the like.
Could you imagine averaging 65 for 3 legs, then going out in 9?
96. Jake, you require 141.
Ooh.
57.
But for Jake, though, this is sizable because it might give him a foothold back in this match.
Been here before. Been 3-0 behind this man, and I just wonder who's thinking of that more. Is it the motivation for Jake? Or is it a saying to
140.
Johan, it's
Jake,
not going to
you
happen
require
again? Because
84.
once another lovely leg from Johan, despite the fact that Jake is double 11 away from a
Game shot on the
sensational
fourth
leg of darts, a
leg, Jake
12 dart,
McMillan.
not of appreciation yet from Johan. It was a holder throw. But even if it goes the distance here, Johan
Fifth
will
leg,
have
it's
2
Johan
of the
to throw
darts
first.
in 2 of
Game
the
on.
final 3 legs. Like the response from Johan there. But I wonder.
We played this game, Glenn. We
60.
know how quick demons can enter the mind. If this is a breaker throw for Jake, does that then start to tick them off? Because he'll probably go, well, Jake will hold his
55.
throw, so it's going to go to a last leg shootout, and you end up negatively forward projecting.
Yeah, it just means that Jake has to be immaculate from here, whereas Johan has still got a little bit to play with. We treble for Johan. Makes it doubly difficult. But
81.
again, that inconsistency of the one there just gives it an opening for Jake.
58.
From 180 to 55-58. Chance here for Johan. 30 points in front here, plus these.
$100.
Golden nugget.
Not just for Johan, but for James Richardson, Jim McEwan, and Leonard Gates.
96.
This makes the next game, if Johan can get over the line in this one, the next game between Leonard Gates and James Richardson. We haven't talked about Leonard for a while. James Richardson looked really good in his last game.
85.
Still very much in the hands of this man. But he ain't delivering in this leg.
58.
And Engstrom is 6 darts away from a big shock.
Yeah, there's one treble here in the 12 darts that Jake McMillan has thrown in this leg. But 7 defeats in a row will take its toll. Johan needs to break that
83.
pattern of play, and again he finds the last dart in the treble.
96. Johan, you require 92.
About Monday, 2 o'clock was the last time that Johan tasted a victory. Him 67, he's guaranteed himself a dart. At a double, that dart is 88. What a
Game
finish.
shot. And the match, Johan Engstrom.
And that makes this league, this group, a very, very interesting. Jake McMillan looks very ponderous as he's thinking there. A little fist bump from Johan because he's just trying to build some confidence for his Group C campaign. But that was a real mixed bag there for Jake McMillan. And you can just sense that the big winners there are the players coming up next. As we look at the tail of the tape there, Johan Engstrom over a 90 average, and look at his checkout ratio. That's been his Achilles heel. 4 from 5 this time. Don't miss the next one. Leonard Gates, James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and who saw that result in the reckoning before the break? Johan Engstrom get the better of Jake McMillan by 4 legs to 1. Johan played to his type throughout the course really of the week around that 90-91 base, but Jake McMillan, big drop off in performance. What is a big time, and what it has done is it's opened up the door for James Richardson, who with a victory here can move himself on to 18 points and can move himself to the top of the pile. He takes on Leonard Gates. Victory for him would mean that he's within a couple of points of the table toppers. It's getting very interesting. So let's hand down to Matt and Glenn.
Getting very, very interesting indeed. And we did say at the very start of the day, do not discount the chances of a Leonard Gates. He did start a bit outside of 11 to 1.
Game on.
Points cut adrift. He's slowly closing that gap. If he is to beat James Richardson, certainly points-wise, he'll be back in the mix. Just 2 points
100.
away from Jake McMillan. And in a
100.
day where we don't have much confirmed so far, we can confirm that Johan Engstrom, his race is run, and that is including the race for a Group B place. So Jan McIntosh and Johan Engstrom will be coming back tomorrow and Friday, early hours of the afternoon.
100.
As far as Leonard Gates, Jim McEwan, James Richardson and Jake McMillan, all 4 can still top the table.
85.
Yeah, stay with us. That Jake McMillan defeat there has made this group once again super interesting. Could it come down to legs difference? We'll try and bring in the in-play table. We'll try and give as many permutations.
136.
We're picking a winner right now. Well, I think I've chosen all 4 so far today. Would this man come really in the mix of victory here
58.
against James Richardson? That would put him on to 16 points then.
100. Leonard, you require 78. Game shot on the first leg, Leonard Gates.
You've been talking all week. Those combination finishes and that
Second
real
leg, it's James to
strength
throw first.
of Leonard
Game
Gates,
on.
and again coming to the forefront there, and in a game where he's going to really bunch this table up, he could
54.
move into 3rd place.
Yeah, and look at the game after this for Leonard Gates. I guess it's a big half an hour, 45 minutes coming for Leonard Gates, because
140.
big game against James Richardson here. James is sat on 16 points at the moment. And a victory here for Gates.
180.
That's with a victory for Leonard Gates. He then really comes into the mix.
Thing you've got to be worried about there if you're Leonard Gates is
100.
column number 2 from your right-hand side. That's the leg difference. Sizable difference there with Leonard Gates, only on +5.
180.
So wins aren't enough. He's got to win big, and it's not easy to do when your opponent hits back-to-back 180s.
Disappointing start to the leg for James Richardson with that 54, but 180, 180.
James, you require
Now
87.
put him in firm control with his opponent on 216. No need to go for 20 bullseye, so he's just assessing the situation. Big 20 here will leave him sat very nicely to
47.
come back. Leonard Gates and there was pressure at the tops, but the way James is playing, even Leonard won't expect to be back after these 3 darts.
60. James, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg, James
Parity.
Richardson.
1-1. I felt this was going to be a really tight game. Let's say on Monday it was the quietest players area.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
And right now, is it me?
Game
It's
on.
absolutely bouncing in there next door, isn't it?
It's getting to that point of the day, it's getting to that point of the week where it matters the most.
140.
James Richardson before this game was huddled over a laptop trying to work it all out, and that's always that question, isn't it? Would you rather know the situation
58.
or do you just want to get on with the task?
Well, I think Jake will finish on 20 points. I think he Doesn't get by Leonard Gates, but he then beats Jan McIntosh. So
140.
who else can get to 20 points from that? He does get to 22 points despite that defeat there for
99.
Jake. Things look very rosy.
Are we going to start calling this Leonard Gates o'clock?
145.
Excellent board management, Leonard Gates.
55. Leonard, you require 76.
Really like that play there. Takes away leaving the 81 for 76. Leaves a 2-darter. Know what he's like on his doubles.
72.
Surprising miss there, but no panic when James all the way back. And 289.
100. Leonard, you
Still no
require
finish
4.
there for James Richardson, so the likelihood here is Leonard Gates is going to regain that lead.
Shot on the third
The
leg.
first
Leonard Gates.
possible opportunity. Mentioned the last time Leonard Gates was here was around Christmas time. He came down
Fourth
here
leg.
for the
It's James to throw
preparation
first.
for Ali Pali last
Game
year.
on.
He's here again in preparation for the WDF World Championship, and in that we did a little feature around what we enjoy on Christmas, and Leonard Gates
140.
said one of the things he likes about Christmas is eating. And he went on for about 20 minutes about all the different meals he was going to eat on the day, and
100.
it's safe to say that he likes lunchtime because it's about to be lunchtime here again in the UK, and this is the time of day that Leonard Gates starts to play his best.
140.
What's your chosen meat on your Christmas dinner?
You've got to have
60.
turkey, but I do like a little bit of lamb on there as well, you know. I remember that feature actually was here, wasn't you?
135.
Your favourite thing about Christmas was sitting in traffic.
Your garden shed. Excellent response here from James Richardson.
81. James,
always
you
think when
require
there's
86.
Real quality players. You're going to see a lot of matches where players are holding their own throat. Double 4.
82.
With just one little bit of magic. For James Richardson to win this match, he's going to have to break the American.
45.
Probably
James, you
already thinking
require
of this.
4.
Double 2 for Richardson. We've seen Gates already do this. And he jumped the fence.
Game shot on the fourth flag. James Richardson.
Well, there was something interesting going on there from Leonard Gates, something I've never seen before. Someone using their dart as a bit of a
Fifth flag.
earbud.
It's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
I don't think a dart's the sort of thing
60.
I'd normally be sticking in my ears, but it can affect your balance, can't it? Your ears and your hearing. So maybe he's just trying to
121.
balance back in. I don't know. He's sticking a dart in his ear. It's different for sure.
Well, I don't know if Ross Smith's walked in the building, but someone's blasting Billy Ocean there now to get them going.
93.
Red light spells danger. That'll be a bit worrying signs here for Leonard Gates because Richardson does need to break Gates.
134.
And right now, he's taking control of this leg. As soon as you say that about this man.
140. $60.
When you get two evenly matched players and they're both playing their game, what you tend to find is lots of holds a throw. That's what we're getting here. Hold, hold, hold,
100.
hold, hold. With, at the moment, no real danger of a break.
Well, you say that 108. What? 50-50, 60-40?
60.
Now it's
Leonard, you
advantage
require
Gates. I just felt that if
108.
Richardson could have really set that up, we're putting an awful lot of pressure on this 108. He'll stay there. His beloved double 16.
92.
These are the
James, you require
chances, Matt.
126.
These are all you're going to get in a game like this to get that breaker throw. And it's Richardson that needs to do it. Gates can just serve this out. He can't find the treble to give himself an opportunity at the ball.
Yeah, that first start there made it
76.
finish really, really
Leonard, you
awkward.
require 16.
We've talked about how good Gates is. You'd expect him to hit the double, but now you add in a
Game
bit of
shot on
pressure.
the fifth leg, Leonard Gates.
What pressure? He is so good at that.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. $100. $60.
Loving the concentration levels of James Richardson. Deep in thought when his opponents aren't throwing. Dictating his success for me.
100.
Couple of ton starts here. He's still very much in the mix of this match. No break of throws so far.
100.
But time is running out for Richardson. Only got one
57.
more opportunity to get that breaker throw, and that's provided he holds his own in here.
Yeah, I hear so many commentators saying that you want to break early. A lot of the pressure
100.
will usually come in that last leg decide as well. You've got the dart and you're thinking to yourself, well, I've held me throw all through this match.
100.
The concentration there. That's it to take into consideration there. So I still think it's all to play for right now.
$97. James, you require 144.
Down the local, when that would happen, when the scores would be level, it would be point for the chalker.
80. Leonard, you require 144.
Can you claim the pint when you're both on 501? Put my name down to mark.
Sure, you've tried. You'd mark every game, you would, if you got a point for it.
100. James, you require 64.
This for 3-3. And to take it all the way, it's double 8.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Clean as a
James
whistle.
Richardson.
Quality game. Two very, very good players. We've spoken an awful lot in the
Seventh
past
and
11
final
minutes
leg.
about
It's Leonard to throw
the
first.
importance of throwing
Game
first.
on.
Biggest 3 darts in this match. Sign of a real champion is these first 3 darts.
140.
That won't frighten Richardson. The type of player who's just probably only focused on his own game. Now he should be frightened because now it's worrying times.
100.
Cracking last dart.
Keeps him in it as well. Until Leonard Gates
140.
comes back with another 140. Maximum requirement here for Richardson.
140.
Yeah, someone once said, good game, good game.
Didn't you say this was meant to be the nervy leg?
Finally, 2 good players.
85.
Focus and desire from this man are very impressive. Steely determination. Didn't
100.
blink once from the moment he was
Leonard, you require
staring that treble 20 as he looked at the
136.
first start. But isn't this typical Gates? Isn't this typical of this man?
$67.
I mean, that's quite typical of Leonard to somehow leave
James, you
himself
require
on
161.
a finish like that one. But Richardson, 2 trebles for a dart at the ball, will put himself back top of the table.
53. Leonard, you require 69.
Well, I called the American Route 69 this week at the quiz instead of 66. And he found that route of 69. There's options on this one. A beautiful start That leaves double 12. Just once again, just composing himself. Talked about his strength on a double and
shot on the
under
match,
critical
Leonard
moments,
Gates.
under high-pressured situations. Leonard Gates is one of the very, very best. He is right in the mix now. The American strides up the stage, and James Richard will be thinking, will I get any more chances? A quality affair. Look at the numbers there. You can look at everything right across the board, from the 95 average from Gates. Excellent on the outer ring. A superb match. And Jim McEwan, we haven't seen him for a while. He's up next against Jan McIntosh.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Leonard Gates get the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 3. It means things are getting very interesting, very tight now at the top of the Group A table. And if Jim McEwan here can claim victory against Jan McIntosh in this particular encounter, it would mean that the top 4, after 13 rounds of play, would be separated by just 2 points. This is unprecedented times, it's fair to say, Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the scenario, and exactly as you state there, it's a must-win for Jim McEwan. He would then go on to 16 points. It's still in the hands of Jake McMillan, but all players will have played 3 games after this one, and Jake McMillan will have that 2-point gap to Richardson, Gates and McEwan, subject to Jim getting through this match against Jan McIntosh. It's
First leg, it's Jim to throw first.
and the next game, Jake
Game on.
McMillan versus Leonard Gates. Wow.
Just seems
45.
like the right game is coming for the right person at the right time to keep this story going. If Jim McEwan could pick who he's going to play right now, I think he'd be picking McIntosh. But he has
28.
shown plenty of signs today, McIntosh, as he has throughout the week, that he's growing into the experience.
100.
To persevere on that treble 20.
140.
The reason why Jim McEwan at one point today I felt was going to be a big favourite for the group. Fell short to Jake McMillan in a real cracker of a game.
45.
In the comms box, we're just settling down and just assessing what is going on. But overall, Matt, a fantastic group here.
66.
So far, we don't even know how it's going to conclude. I think I've changed who I think is going to win this about 7 times already. You've been consistent with Jim McEwan, but this is must win now for Jim.
Yeah,
40.
It's going to be tough for Jim from here now. He can get to 20 points and, like I say, it's out of his hands because Jake, with a couple of wins at the end, finishes on 22. Like I said, I'll keep looking at that legs difference.
95.
Jim Richardson, he's still sat pretty in that position.
And let's not forget Leonard Gates, because Leonard Gates plays Jake McMillan in the next game, which means the leg difference is going
76.
to flip-flop around in that match. And if Leonard Gates is to win that, we'll join top of the table on 18 points.
$55. $97. Jan, you require 117.
Big moment.
97. Jim, you require 98.
But this is a lot of work still to do here for Jim McEwan. Oh, lovely dart. Keeps it alive. If anything, it's a nice switch. It's to a favoured area of the board for Jim McEwan.
74. Jan, you require 20.
And that spoiler role that Jan MacIntosh can play today gives him an opportunity of double 10.
15.
You just sort of tuning
Jimmy
in for the
requires
first time. That's been the
24.
problem for Jan MacIntosh all week. Scored with them all. Hasn't finished to the acceptable standard.
Game
Jim
shot on the
McEwan will
first
mop
leg.
that
Jim
up.
McEwan.
A comfortable win for Jim when they first met on Monday. It was a terrific victory yesterday for Jan MacIntosh.
Second leg,
His
it's Jan
first
to
win on
throw
the
first.
stage at the MODUS
Game
Super
on.
Series. That the demeanour of a man who's really happy with his game at the moment.
Absolutely not.
55.
But we know what Jim McEwan's like. And you tend to find this with these more methodical players, that they don't need to be playing well to all of a sudden start playing well. Because they don't rely on rhythm or feel.
60.
And at any moment, Jim McEwan could become the Jim McEwan that just a couple of weeks ago became the champion of champions.
125.
Just looking at the picture on the back of Jim's shirt. Sure, I met a girl like that next morning after a nightclub.
121. $45.
Just a little bit scrappy. Said that today has been fantastic. Yesterday the quality was great. It's been wrapped up again today. The start of this match is just one of those games that you usually get here at the MODUS Super Series, and
100.
with the high expectations of a Jim McEwan, doesn't look comfortable. And MacIntosh, these are the types of opportunities and chances that he needs to grab hold of. He's got the credentials, as Jan said a couple of times.
55.
Very proud captain of the Faroe Islands. Played at the World Cup. I said, just an indication of what he can do. He did beat Scott Williams at the World Cup representing England.
75.
And that was last season when Scott Williams was top of the Challenge Tour, winning a Pro Tour, and showing off those yellow shoes on big world stages.
137. Jim, you require 145.
There you go for the Bulls' second dart. 118 left. You can understand if he uses the 18s bed here.
45. Jan, you require 84. $44. Jim, you require 100.
That's not the correct route for me. Not when your opponent's sat in 100 and not when your opponent's Jim McEwan. Because he'll definitely check out in 100. Oh, sorry, big one. Thanks, Jim.
The problem
13.
for McIntosh has been obvious.
Jan,
It's
you
in the
require
numbers. It's on the
40.
doubles. Continues to be the case.
Yeah, he might get away with that in the Faroes
8.
when he's playing his
Jim, you
local
require
league and
87.
competitions, but he is travelling around now, quarterfinalist at the Swedish Open this year, so he's doing a bit more. And if he's going to look to improve his game, that area of his attack needs to be better as Jim looks at the bullseye.
62. Jan, you require 32.
Well, by far the most disappointing game of the day so far. McIntosh has got this double 16 for 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg. Jan McIntosh.
Our best of 5 game. This game warm up at all.
Third leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
We're getting to the point now where winning is not enough. Because there's so many players in this race, it could come down to 2, maybe 3 players all on the same point.
45.
That actually leg difference now could become important. So games like this are more than just 2 points. It's how big you get them.
Are you surprised at the performance here from Jim? Is it the hangover of losing that thriller with Jake McMillan in his last game?
25.
Because it's uncharacteristic of Jim McEwan to be averaging mid-60s at this point.
At this point, I don't expect him to end like that. I think Jim McEwan will just burst into life.
180.
Right on cue.
I set him up, you hit them.
I mean, I wasn't going to go with right now, but it was there. I'll take it.
60.
Throwing them darts with a bit more purpose, isn't he? A bit more
60.
power they're entering the board. A lot more frustration by the looks of Jim McEwan. Knows he's the better player. You're going to be thinking, well, I beat you yesterday, Chucky.
81.
Lovely dart there from McEwan. Expect more darts to follow.
140. $55. Jimmy requires 76.
Been better from McEwan in this leg. So prolific. This type of finish. Doesn't want to go low. It's a good indicator for me that he's
56.
not feeling as good when he goes low.
Absolutely. With his throw, it just means he's holding on to it a little bit too long, trying to make sure, trying to place it in the board rather than trusting throwing
60.
and propelling that dart through
Jimmy
the air.
require 20.
Yeah, spot on. I know exactly how that feels as a methodical player. get the timing right. There's no better feeling. There's a quicker play. It's all about can you get that rhythm. This is
Game shot on
so
the
they can
third
get
leg.
messy when
Jim
it goes to double
McEwan.
5. No problem in the end. Well, yeah, Faroe Islands, proud captain.
Fourth leg, it's Jan to throw first.
One of the biggest
Game on.
exports of the Faroes is fish. What's your chosen choice at the chip shop?
Cod.
60.
I thought you'd be too tight to pay those prices these days.
What's you? Battered sausage? Chips?
Spam.
There's some places, like in Scotland, where you get things like a
180.
battered Mars bar.
Well, he's just battered that treble 20 bed there. Another 180 from Jim McEwan. We did say he was average in the 60s, which is uncharacteristic. Well,
45.
he's just around the 80 mark at the moment and just beginning to motor. Another one of them would be nice.
To be fair, I can believe that, actually, because when I was in Iceland, everywhere you went did fish. You go into a Chinese, oh, we've got fish. Go into a cafe, oh,
100.
we've got fish. Go into Subway, we've got fish. I didn't want a sandwich. No, we've got fish.
It's not just in Iceland. It's in Asda, Morrison's, Lidl, Aldi.
Dum-tsh.
60.
Welcome to Live at the Apollo.
$100.
Have you ever thought about being a stand-up comedian before, Glenn?
Well, I broke my neck when I was 15, and I've never looked back since.
$100. Jimmy require 121.
Anywho, I want to do one for Jim McEwan. Will he go the right way or the wrong way, Glenn?
Going the right way, and he's really showing signs of why he's our champion.
103.
The rhythm of that one is just perfect for McEwan. I thought that was going to slot straight into that double 18. Shoulders are down. He doesn't look as focused as a James Richardson,
43.
but look,
Jimmy
that's
require
what makes
18.
Jim McEwan tick. Decisions on 18. You can be direct, but it can get a little bit messy, as we've mentioned, with these odd numbers doubles. So now he needs the fat number. Gets it with a plum.
Game shot on the
Delicious.
fourth leg. Jim McEwan.
McEwan leads 3-1. Let's have a little look at the in-play table, because we're getting a bit excited in the comms box here.
Fifth leg. It's Jim to throw first.
Why not? One
Game
name just
on.
missing there, of course, is Leonard Gator. We're sat on 16 points, and the reason being, look at that legs difference there. Leonard Gator's on +5. So, as Matthew mentioned earlier,
96.
not only do you want to win, but a big 4-0 victory from a player can really do that. Column second from the right, the world of good.
And let's look at the next fixtures for the players in this mix-up. Leonard Gates, just off his screen, takes on Jake McMillan,
125.
while James Richardson takes on Jim McEwan. It's going to start to unfold over the next 40 minutes or so.
Jake McMillan's last game is against Jan McIntosh, and I haven't seen an awful lot from Jan in this game.
55.
That's already telling me that Jake's on 20 points. In my mind of working these out, so the importance of Leonard Gates getting over the line against Jake is crucial.
140. $81.
Well, we've seen 3 days of these players. There's a couple of players on debut. I asked you your thoughts on Johan Engstrom in the last one.
140.
Your thoughts of Jan McIntosh, and if you were in his corner, ready for his Group C campaign, how do you see it?
Well, it's a different campaign, isn't it? And that is the top, middle and bottom of it.
133.
Let the negativity
Jan
of one
require
event or one
96.
campaign affect the next. And there are positives in there for McIntosh. He's getting chances. But when you're missing doubles, it's when you get these really peculiar ones that tend to just go straight in.
64.
Oh,
Wow.
Jim, you require 136.
Well, if Jim McEwan wanted a motivation for this 136, that last dart's just giving him it. Jan said, you can't hit 136. I was about to say, Jim said, hold
96.
my court.
Jan, you require 32.
well, he's opted to come to this area of the board.
$28. Jim, you require 40.
A little shake of the head. Inevitability of McEwan hitting tops.
Game shot
Absolutely.
on the match,
McEwan leads
Jim
4-1.
McEwan.
It wasn't pretty throughout that game. But the most important thing for Chucky there was the 2 points. For Ian McIntosh, a slightly disappointing below performance. He'll have one more game to play very soon. But it's Jim McEwan that does move on to those 16. It's getting really exciting here in the Group A campaign, and the next game is a real big one. It's a North American clash. It's Jake McMillan against Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the third cycle of games. So Matthew Edgar's joined me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results from the first 9 games of this afternoon's session here in Portsmouth. So that is the rundown of everything in terms of results. And let's be fair, we are none the wiser as to who's going to win this thing.
I got here this morning. Myself and Glenda sat down, was looking back across what we've seen on Monday and Tuesday so far. I put my pen down. I said to Glenn, I says, the story is in front of us, not behind us. We stand here 9 games into the day, and I'm going to say the same thing. The story is in front of us, not behind us.
It's tight at the top. We can have a look at the league standings to give you a better assessment of how the land lies. But as far as Jake McMillan is concerned, yes, there's Kinds behind him, but he wins 2 matches, he's in. It's as simple as that for him.
Yeah, he's got the easy job because he knows what he can do and he's got it all in his own hands. The rest of them, they've got to look around and watch results. The next sort of couple of games for these players in that top position is going to tell us everything. And, well, there's only one game to go after that, so of course it's going to tell us everything. But as well, my key attention at the moment turns to the method of the victory. If these start going 4-3, we're not going to see too much in terms of movement. But if we start getting some big victories, that could be the key factor here, because it's not just about the points anymore. It's about how you get them.
So that is the table. Should be worth noting some big games coming up. McEwan Gates in game 14, and the game behind us taking place now sees Jake McMillan take on Leonard Gates. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a race. It's going to be frantic towards the line. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, real big clash coming up now. It's just coming to the conclusion. It's still really tight, but very much still in the hands of the man who's just retrieved his darts. But has he got Leonard Gates at the wrong time? Because round about game 3, game 4, Leonard Gates this week has been absolutely superb. A must win for Leonard Gates. A little bit of room to manoeuvre, you sense, for Jake. He has got Jan McIntosh in his last game. He'll fancy his chances in this one. And I would use that as a real motivation that can really kick on in this game and give it everything.
Game on.
Expertly refereed by Jack Garwood. Man from Canada. That gets us up and
95.
running.
140.
Something about Leonard Gates at this time of the day where he just looks so free-flowing, so relaxed.
100.
The more schooled Jake McMillan. Really like what I see. Great stance, great balance, great mindset. I like his
95.
concentration levels. That's all the tools there is Jake. Not sure what his plans are for the future, but seems to be making big strides in the game in
29.
Canada. And I guess the big run here at the MODUS Super Series is exactly what the plan was this week.
43. 59. 82. 58. Leonard, you require 141.
Let's start. It might take a bit of magic to win this game. How
Shot on
does
the
he do
first
it?
leg,
Leonard Gates,
Gates.
you are so impressive as a dart player. And when he gets her in a real tight scenario, and
Second
even
leg,
better,
it's Leonard
every
to throw
time he
first.
has
Game on.
a double in his hand, you just feel like he's going to smash it in. And Jake McMillan, if he thought the task was going to be difficult, when you see someone ping a 141 just like
83.
that, and a 15 darter to boot, great start from the American.
96.
And I'm not surprised. 11-1 at the start of the day, Leonard Gates. And we both said that he can put himself back into contention here.
140.
Depending on the scoreline, could come off the stage top.
It was more of the way the fixtures come out today. We
58.
sensed that Leonard Gates had a chance. No, he's not at his best early doors. Something he needs to maybe look at for future MODUS Super Series or future
95.
matches, especially if he goes into Group C, which is incredibly the possibility for Leonard Gates. He can top the group and he can come fourth in a scenario we had
100.
quite recently as well. For Leonard Gates, he's doing everything he needs to in the in-play table. If Leonard Gates wins this match,
97.
then we would go into the final games.
100. Leonard, you require 86.
Leonard Gates' final game is against Jim McEwan. Jim McMillan's against Jan McIntosh. I still think it's in the hands of the Canadian.
39.
4-0
Jake,
victory
you
here for
require
Leonard Gates. Matt, makes it
147.
interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And
58.
dare I say that at that point,
Leonard,
I'd
you
start
require
to doubt the
47.
possibilities here of Jake McMillan to get through. If he was to take a heavy defeat here against Leonard Gates, he could go from having it all in his own hands to relying on
39.
lots of favours, but that's a
Jake, you
big miss
require
there from
89.
Gates.
Yeah, unexpected. We have said so much about him. However, you've got to give yourself a chance at least the bullseye on 89.
33.
Very aggressive on the
Leonard, you
19s. The
require
right ploy,
8.
but not executed correctly. Don't anticipate Gates missing from here.
Game shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
They did play it before their head-to-head this week. They did play in a
Third leg. It's
CNC,
Jake to
PDC,
throw first.
CNC
Game on.
competition, and both reaching the semi-finals, and it was a 7-0 victory for Leonard Gates. And
100.
sometimes them matches can sort of play on your mind, but Jake's been brilliant this week.
$100. $57.
This match was the first game of the week. And it was Jake McMillan that announced himself to the MODUS Super
140.
Series. Viewers, the last game of yesterday, I thought, put a terrific performance on. And the reason I highlight the word
41.
terrific is the fact that on the back of 2 losses, and all of a sudden we were beginning to doubt Jake McMillan topping the group. Yeah, it is looking for a little bit of revenge
47.
here. Plenty of work to do for Jake McMillan from here. The last thing he wants is a big, big loss.
133.
Was the damage done to the psyche of Jake McMillan in that last game when he lost 4-1 to Johan Engstrom, who ended a 7-match losing run?
140.
Leonard Gates in
Jake,
a good
you require
position here to get a
170.
break of throw, provided Jake McMillan cannot do the 170. It's the bullseye.
121.
Yeah, he lost
Leonard,
his
you
game 3
require
and game 4
74.
yesterday, bounced back in the last one. Will it be enough if Leonard Gates gets over the line? It's 2 dart to double 16. Big dart.
42. Jake, you require 49.
Have a second look at that one. It was right on the wire. These are the moments that start to go wrong when the chips are down.
Game
Just a
shot
little
on the
bit of
third leg,
composure on the
Jake
big number,
McMillan.
however, rectified in that double 16. Every leg is so important right now. You
Fourth
might not
leg, it's
know
Leonard
that
to
being
throw
on debut,
first.
might not know the
Game
number
on.
crunches. Probably you're just up there thinking it's win or bust. But let me tell you, Jake, every time you get a leg, you're giving yourself an opportunity because you're in control of that leg's difference at the
60.
moment. Certainly against a player like Leonard Gates. Does mean James Richardson will be itching to get up. He'll be on in a couple of games' time.
80.
Even as we sit here now, still none the wiser of who's going to be in Group A, winner of Group A, and who's going to be in Group B.
100. $81.
Look at the thought process for someone like Leonard Gates. If he doesn't win this match, he cannot top the group. It's absolutely vital.
32.
Do we think he knows it? I don't think so. I don't think that's in the psyche of Leonard Gates. He just goes up there to win every single
60.
game. But the fact is, it's a must win for the American.
I'm with you, Leonard Gates. Like, we've seen him sit in a corner of the practice room with his earphones in.
177.
He's aware of nothing that is going on right now.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that his expected him to be a real
100.
big character in that
Leonard, you
players
require
area. And let me show you, he's the
132.
polar opposite. There again, so is Gerwin Price. People ask me about Gerwin Price, and I just admire what he does. He just sits, he even turns his back a little bit and does his own thing. You can ask the referee.
82. 60. Leonard, you require 50.
50 for Gates. For a 3-1 lead. For a holder throw. And to put himself
shot on
one
the
away
fourth
from the
leg,
match. A
Leonard
crucial
Gates.
match, an important match. That, if he wins this leg, will temporarily go
Fifth
top
leg, it's
of the
Jake to throw
table.
first. Game on.
And just look at the difference of that legs in that second from the end column here. Jake would lose a point.
108.
Leonard would win a point. Leonard would go top of the table. And then we're looking at the final games. However, James Richardson has plenty to say about the situation.
180.
Match between Richardson and McEwan
100.
will be huge.
Seen Jake McMillan in these positions many times already this week, though.
57.
Seen him turn around a 3-0 deficit.
He doesn't panic, does he? It's sometimes he can throw his best darts when he's actually behind and don't
140.
necessarily see that as a positive because you don't want to be in that position in the first place. Yeah, no reaction after the second dart. And players, aspiring players watching it. There's no negativity when he hit the 3. Yes, remember, it's for the match.
86. Jake, you require 47.
To keep us going, to ensure that he won't be knocked off the top spot at the end of this game. He needs this double 8.
Game shot on the
Finds
fifth
it.
leg. Jake McMillan.
Constantly impressed with Jake McMillan here on debut, who is still in this top of the table
Sixth leg,
clash.
it's Leonard
He's
to
going to
throw
have to try and
first.
find a break here against Leonard
Game on.
Gates if he's going to take this to a deciding leg.
Yeah, a beautiful 1-4-1 to start this match from Leonard Gates. But that was a crucial 47 finish there from Jake McMillan.
100.
Just want to highlight what Matt said there. Guarantees himself top spot, whatever happens in this match now. It'll be based on the legs
140.
difference. It is getting really, really exciting.
$140. 100.
There's something about McMillan when he goes behind that he seems to bring out his absolute best.
Why is that? Do you think it's just the nerves when you're playing and it's the resignation almost
45.
that you've lost the game? And
I think he just likes the fight. He likes the battle.
likes the pace.
97.
Something you spotted very early when he just seems to speed up by maybe a second. It just suit him.
140.
I just love watching Leonard Gates.
Jake,
I don't
you
know
require
about you. I just
164.
think you just don't know what you're going to get. Had good attempts on that 164 a few times, and that's a
124.
wonderful setup play there from
Leonard,
Jake
you
McMillan.
require 76.
But champions hit 76 when they're under big pressure.
68. Jake, you require 40.
First sign of frustration, and that is because he knows the capabilities of Jake McMillan. And the chance here for Jake McMillan not only to break the throw, but to put himself back favourite to win this game.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Outstanding,
Jake
Jake.
McMillan.
Just a real joy to watch you this week. You're putting yourself in an
Seventh
unbelievable
and
position
final
right
leg.
now.
It's Jake to throw first. Game on.
Could even be unassailable. You'd expect Jake McMillan to beat Jan McIntosh in his final game.
108.
He could be 320 points away from securing qualification and sightseeing of Portsmouth. I've been in
100.
Portsmouth before, Jake. Try and lose the game. Trust me.
I wonder what he'll do with the rest of Thursday and Friday.
59.
Because he'll probably get it done by breakfast.
Don't take him to the amusements like you took me to see Portsmouth.
Smashed you up all those games, didn't I?
100.
This is some turnaround from Jake McMillan. Leonard Gates staying in touch, hoping for a mistake.
Again, he's thinking as well. And I highlight the fact that on 262, he's not getting sucked in by the moment. He used that 18 beds correctly there. There's nothing in this match.
100.
Absolutely nothing in this game. This is now a best of 201. Unbelievable.
180.
Well, after losing that last game to Johan Engstrom, this is fantastic play here from Jake
100.
McMillan, who's just
Jake
a dart away,
24.
staying top.
It's very
Game
much in the
shot
hands
and
of
the
Jake
match.
McMillan.
Jake
A
McMillan.
sensational victory. Another wonderful comeback. And it's played Leonard Gates 3 times this week, won 3 times. A little wave to the camera there. Leonard Gates was excellent throughout. Another 90-plus average there from Leonard Gates. But Jake McMillan, boy, is he good. He will be feeling marvellous. It's in his hands. He has a 4-point lead, and if he beats Jan McIntosh in his final game, he will be there on Saturday night. A brilliant match, and it is Jan McIntosh who's up next. He plays Johan Engstrom.
Welcome back. Big leg, big win for Jake McMillan before the break, getting the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. That now means it's very much in his own hands. One more win, and he is in to Saturday night's final. Next up for us is Jan McIntosh in action against Johan Engstrom. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Yeah, and fair play to Jake McMillan. Sat here this morning, myself and Matthew Edgar, discussing potential winners. We like the fact that Leonard Gates had a real good start to his campaign, and could he go through the card? I said, I'm not changing my mind. I'm sticking with Jim McEwan. I've said that on Monday morning, still fancied him to do the business. Matthew just fancied the look of James Richardson. He was very, very good yesterday. And nobody mentioned Jake McMillan and that victory there from 3-1 down
First
to Leonard
leg, it's Jan
Gates.
to throw first.
He's had some special moments, Matt, this
Game
week, is
on.
Jake, but that has to be right up there with the best of him because of the situation.
He's asked the question of the rest of the group, and he's looking very strong in position now. It might even be a situation where he can get this done just by winning legs. We will let you know all the different possibilities as we go. One thing we do know is Leonard Gates is now out of the running, and it's now a 3-player chase.
58.
Gates still with plenty to play for, an opportunity to get into Group B, which I think this week, when you look at the players that are coming in and the extra mathematics and everything that goes with it, I think Group B is the place to be.
85.
Yeah, not an awful lot to separate these two the past couple of days. 1-1 on the head-to-head. So they did meet at the Swedish Open quarter-final this year. Feeling they'll be coming across each other a lot more. I think Jan is getting the taste of wanting to travel, and maybe we'll see him a lot more on the WDF circuit as well. And who knows, could he be the first player from the Faroe Islands to
100.
reach a big stage? Good scorer, good temperament. Just the back end of the legs for me. He could really improve as a player. And I have a theory, Matt. I don't know what your thoughts about this, but there was
60.
a dart there with 138 with the one last dart, and he left it and he hit a big 2 with his opponent on 136. Is it the fact that he's the dominant player in the Faroes where he'll get away with that more often than enough, but
41.
he won't on the big circuit?
Makes perfect sense. Absolutely. And you've got to learn to adjust through the levels, haven't you? You can't just go out there and do what you're doing elsewhere, and that's what he's learning here this week.
Yeah, versatility. You've got to be
80.
adaptable. I think he's here to learn lessons, and if he does watch this back, I've been very impressed, Jan. Still room for improvement. I've been really impressed with Johan Engstrom today.
Jan, you require 103.
Big win over the tabletop of Jake McMillan as Jan looks at 103. Options here of either 11. Gets that for double 16.
71.
Just a
Johan, you
nervous
require
look at the score of
77.
Johan. Should start the 19s because a single would leave a 2-darter. Never mind that. 2-darter, double 10, he says. Just double check to the referee. Composes. That's the experience of Johan. Can he execute?
Game shot on the first
Absolutely,
leg.
he
Johan
can.
Engstrom.
That's a break throw there for Johan, who's... It was a torrid time,
Second
wasn't it?
leg
He went
is
through
Johan
that
to throw
run of
first.
7 defeats,
Game
but
on.
the performance was certainly better than the results would suggest.
I think so. I think this is a decent version of Johan Engstrom, and that there on 10 points if he can get through this match.
96.
I think he's got plenty to say in Group C.
When you take a look at the rankings on the WDF Order of Merit, you see McIntosh has got himself 86 points
125.
over the tournament. He's picked up points in Sweden, the Faroe Islands, and Iceland last year. He 2 quarterfinals over in Iceland.
Who beat him?
I don't know,
64.
let me just look into it quickly. Oh, he lost to the eventual winner. You're gonna ask who the eventual winner was?
Sorry, who was the eventual winner?
Oh, it was a guy called Matt Edgar.
95.
Isn't he a commentator?
Amongst many other things, yeah. One of those sort of
55.
jack of all trades, master of none type person.
Glenn nods head. Johan Engstrom has played in the Europe Cup and World Cup for Sweden. Likes of Dennis Nielsen
30.
will be at Lakeside this year. Daniel Larsson, a professional player a couple of years back from Sweden. Mind, you might help me here. Swedish player he played with this year? I'm sure it was Edwin.
85.
Come on, help me out.
Edwin Chorbertson.
Yes. Johan's been there, got the T-shirt. He's
43.
delighted to be here at the MODUS Super Series and showed glimpses, Matt.
Absolutely. And you feel in a Group C campaign that maybe that's where the
91.
performance turns to results.
$83.
Yeah,
Johan,
right
you
decision.
require 110.
A little bit unlucky, just a little bit of lateral drift for a chance for Engstrom for 2-0. 53. A double 18.
92. Jan, you require 125.
Bullseye to start. Can't finish. Chance for a Swede to take a 2-0 lead.
67.
The
Johan, you
Swede to
require
take the
18.
lead. Didn't know you was a poet, Glenn.
Didn't even know it.
Game shot on the second leg. Johan Engstrom.
Poetry in motion. I'm Johan Engstrom. Shows you what a win can do for you. Very reminiscent of Jan McIntosh. He went 7 games on the spin, then won
Third
a
leg,
couple
it's Jan to throw first. Game
after
on.
each other yesterday. Very similar to Johan. Lost 7 games with that big win in his last game over table topper McMillan. Potentially, you know,
60.
2 wins on the spin and final game against James Richardson. Like I said, we'll put him in a good position and belief going into Group C tomorrow.
135.
As it stands, Matt, Group C would include Leonard Gates.
I don't think too many people would have predicted that at the start of this group.
100.
Need a big score here. I
180.
fancied a big score there. There's just something, a little glint in his eye, the score from Jan. I need to really kick in. Jan's beginning to find the treble.
85.
Secret now is, can he follow?
$81. $100. Johan, you require 105.
Options are starting on the treble 20. Can use the 19s. Got 85 left.
45.
And for Jan
Jan,
McIntosh,
you
who's just
require
been able to get nothing
156.
going in this game, this could be a springboard.
Yeah, it's all about the first start, isn't it? Can't be done now. Put an awful lot of pressure on this 60.
140.
Can't get much
Johan,
better
you
than that.
require 60.
Not only do you want to hit the 20, you want to make it so you don't have to move across the hockey. He doesn't have to move.
Game shot on
Playing
the
really
third leg.
nicely is Johan
Engstrom.
Engstrom right now. He leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
For McIntosh, when it rains, it pours. A funny guy, isn't it?
I don't know how you come up with them.
One-liners, I'm just not appreciated enough.
41.
Seen 2 nuts walking down the road earlier. One was assaulted.
45.
Have you stepped into Christmas? Because it sounds like you've been opening your Christmas crackers a bit early.
Leave that to the producer. The darts is all about this man at the
100.
moment. And Engstrom, you can just see the glint in his eye. Big victory over tabletopper. It's doing him the world of good right now. About to say it's a real one-sided affair.
140.
But one of the qualities for Jan McIntosh is that he's a fighter. Doesn't sulk, he doesn't throw his arms about. Yes, of course, he demonstrates disappointment at times. But he
60.
ain't out of this game yet.
$123.
This would be a breaker throw, so for Jan, he has to start somewhere. 100 ahead in this leg.
81.
Johan, he's been here a couple of times where he's been 3-0 up. It's just got away
47.
from him twice already. He has been turned around in this position, so even at 3-0 up, he's probably not feeling as confident as you'd imagine. Will not feel his job done until he literally
99.
crosses the line.
Jan, you require 146.
You have to fancy the way Johan's playing of the 120, so is it a must hit for the 146? Well, Johan will be back for his first 4-0 victory of the week.
92.
Good pressure from Jan.
Johan, you require 120.
Shanghai to win it. If the camera angle comes, we know what that means.
100. Jan, you require 54.
If Glenn predicts something, we know what that means.
$34.
Not to be.
Johan, you require 20.
Man of the moment, Johan Engstrom. Never let his head go down when he was losing. Knew he was playing decent. Been one-sided.
No score. Jan, you require 20.
Can he sort out his double in trouble? That's a little bit awkward. Little shuffle to the side.
Game shot on a fourth leg. Jan McIntosh.
Somehow managed to find a way around that one. The first start was a little bit awkward. The second one made it even trickier.
Fifth leg.
And
It's
then
Jan to throw first.
That
Game
last
on.
one, clattering into the equipment, trying to solve the issue of the double in problems.
$60. $100.
Just like to persevere underneath that treble 20. I'd like him to just play around the
60.
board a little bit, and that transition down to the treble 19 is a big part of a top dart player. Camera, that just looks like the perfect first dart for Johan, but the
96.
way his dart sits the flat, he has to use them 19s, and I just think that's another area Jan can impress. Certainly about here, he just tries to lob it across there. He can be successful.
50.
Just think he's making the game just a little bit more difficult, Matt.
$41.
Lateral drift into the 5 at the wrong time of this
30.
match. New sense for Jan. Big chance for Johan. Good around the board, and the centre of the board here for Johan would be a good decision.
You can ask the referee what is left, but you can't ask the referee how to do
86.
it.
I think it stopped his real momentum of rhythm there. Go back and you think, I wish I'd just thrown the dart now.
80.
Yeah, it's like having that first start all over again, which traditionally is a bit of a sighter.
He's had match darts, Johan. Down to a finish first in this one.
94.
It's a stunning last dart. 2 darts away from victory in this Nordic clash.
$60.
And he may have a bit of time on his
Johan, you
hands.
require 84.
Yes, he's got a decision to make if he hits the single here. Yeah, and that's what he's thinking now. Should I? And what he's saying is, Jan, you cannot hit this
44.
161.
Jan, you require
The message Jan sent out in his
161.
last game against McEwan when he hit a big 2 to leave double 16. It's on.
Said you can't do it, Jan. There's no way you can hit the 161, Jan.
131. Johan, you require 40.
Well, he had missed out a double 10 in the previous
Big
leg,
shot
but not
and the match.
this time.
Johan
Engstrom gets
Engstrom.
over the winning line. 2 wins on the spin for Johan Engstrom. Jan McIntosh, been a difficult day so far. You can see he shaking his head. They know each other's games. Not an awful lot of separating the numbers there. Wants to be better on the outer ring, does Jan, but it's Johan Engstrom that moves to double figures. He goes to 10 points. The big games keep on coming. It's James Richardson next against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, we saw Johan Engstrom get the better of Jan McIntosh by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, it's James Richardson in action up against Jim McEwan. We return to the top of the table and we return to Matt and Glenn.
And we return to one of those all or nothing games for Jim McEwan and James Richardson. Whoever loses this game will no longer be able to qualify via Group A, and they will be moving into a Group B or a Group C campaign. Is this just a case of get the points, or is it get the points with the score? You can already see that James Richardson is absolutely up for this fight, exactly the way he has
First
been
leg, it's
all
James
week.
to throw first. Game on.
He's got the advantage of throw. Can he topple the series champion?
55.
Yes, he's been blowing hot and cold today, hasn't he, James Richardson? Superb yesterday. I think let's give some credit to Jake McMillan. Those 1-to-1
68.
games, it's Jake that's been in a brilliant position. Now the expectation will be on Jake at the next game. Will he be the first player here on Saturday night? I think a real big achievement for the Canadian.
61.
Absolute clash of styles here. The methodical brilliance of the man in your picture, Jim McEwan, a Series 5 champion.
57.
He's a poser for you, Matt. Did he come back to this one? Or would he have liked to come back maybe a little bit later? Literally a fortnight ago, 3 weeks ago since
108.
he lifted that title.
I think time would have been a good thing for McEwan. Really digest it. You know it's like when you win something big. Something he described himself as life-changing.
100.
It takes a while to sink in.
58.
I don't think you ever sank in, really, did you, with the Premier League? You said it never really had that moment.
No, I didn't know if that was one of your jokes there, as McEwan looks at 7-6 here with his opponent on the snooker maximum. But yeah, that wasn't
70. James, you
lasting
require
memory. That was about the
147.
buns. As the Lakeside ones are the one that took a long time. Not much time needed here
96.
for James Richardson. Puts himself with a 2-dart finish. Rapid time. A match here where you know no matter what you do, still in the hands of somebody else.
140. James, you require 51. Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
Richardson leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
That would put him just 2 points off the top of the table if he was to get this victory. But Jake McMillan, the man top of the table, comes up in the next game. But if he wins, he would win the group, making all this irrelevant.
83.
And he's taking on the man bottom of the table who's only picked up 2 victories from 14 matches.
Well, we've seen stranger stories here at the
140.
MODUS Super Series, and all least we can do is, obviously, the loser is guaranteed to be out of this game. There's been nothing to separate them this week. It's their third match. Both have 1 wins under the belt, and both of them
84.
born 4-3. So very evenly matched.
$45. $85.
Great shot, great camera angle of the
100.
stance of these players. Just see that. James Richardson just trying to G himself up.
$99.
Are you a Group B type of player rather than Group C?
Oh, absolutely. You got more chance of getting through Group B than not in terms of the numbers.
58.
I guess we'll Find out
Jim, you
soon.
require
We'll both be
150.
in Group B's in the near future.
Got Group B again.
I was there when they asked you what group you wanted to
97.
be in. You said Saturday
James,
night,
you require
please.
158.
I said, no, Glenn, you got to play first.
Yeah, but I won the Lakeside. Double 19. Big moment in this match. Just messed about with that dart in his hand. I think that's what
Jim,
he's
you
thinking. He
require
just couldn't get
53.
it into his hand quickly enough. Just ruined his rhythm. Unexpected to miss big numbers. So it's only one dart, the double for 1-1.
33. James,
The
you
frustration
require
for Jim
19.
McEwan started the second James Richardson hit that treble 20. You could see him in the background almost thinking, I've let this go.
Very fidgety, isn't he?
15.
Didn't give
Jim,
me a
you
lot of
require
confidence
20.
going for that double two there. Just moving about the hockey a little bit. Just looking at the surroundings and very frustrated. Two great darts, no reward.
Game shot on the second leg. Jim McEwan.
Reward came with the last start there for McEwan, who levels this up in a game of
Third leg.
two
It's
of the
James
big
to throw
hitters of this
first.
group who
Game on.
will be frustrated because this is where they want it to happen.
180.
There it is for James Richardson. He's aiming to do the McEwan to McEwan, and the McEwan is the strongholds of throw.
80. $60.
Do like that dart from Jim. There's the little.
140.
Again, nothing to separate them all week. Nothing to separate them in this game.
81.
James has to be very careful not to play too quickly. I think it's fast against slow. You can think into the other opponents, and I just felt that was a bit of a rushed last start there from James.
140.
I'm not so worried about the throw of Richardson. It's the pace in which he goes back, because he's behind Jim McEwan before Jim McEwan's even thrown a dart.
121.
Out with two
Jim, you
darter.
require 141.
Jim McEwan's finishing this week has been immense. Not this time. Had the 161, a 146, 140. I could go
101.
on and on and on.
James, you require 59.
But hold a throw. Look at the big 19 first of all. Gets it. Tops.
21.
He's had a couple of sight. Is that a double 19?
Jim, you
Hasn't been
require
kind to him.
40.
And McEwan, just take control of this game, because this would be for a break a throw.
Game shot
Didn't
on
look
the
like
third
missing
leg.
there.
Jim
Very
McEwan.
assured. Very confident dart there from Jim McEwan.
Fourth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Nothing to separate them in terms of the averages, but there is a separation now on the scoreline.
135. $95.
Beautiful from McEwan. Timing.
180.
McEwan is making his move.
100. 58.
Still no issues. Richardson will should start downstairs on 306.
134.
As good as that was,
Jim,
doesn't
you
need a
require
finish. So can
128.
change the strategy for Jim here. Doesn't need to worry about bullseye finishes if he doesn't want to. Needs the treble 20 for that decision. Does he go for the bull? No, he doesn't. Misses the big
93.
number again. So unlike Jim.
Snatchy that one was. It's a man who's aware of the situation. Loser is eliminated
60.
from the
Jim, you
equation
require
of winning this group.
35.
Yeah, the doubles haven't been great in this match. 2 from 7 from Jim so far. 1 from 6 from James. Looks like a double 12, does Jim? And that's
Game shot
why
on the fourth
McEwan
leg,
leads
Jim
3-1.
McEwan. Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit old. I've just had a message from Jean Van Veen.
123.
Sun Parks in Belgium tournament 2014. He just looks like a little boy next to me and Martin Atkins at Yorkshire. Thanks, Jan. That was a good photo of that, but made me feel like an old man.
140.
Anyone else got audio recently? The Rock,
140.
Beyonce.
Did I mention Phil Taylor?
$60.
Well, think about Richardson. We talk about those people, those characters that don't know when they're beat. James Richardson has to go to the very top of that list.
There's one dart. He knows. I had a little chat with him this morning about it. And they're
24.
normally few and far between.
James, you require 58.
No hurries. It's on James's throat. He will be back even if James hits this.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Absolutely
James
hits it with an
Richardson.
11 darter. That's what James Richardson's all about. He's taking his average up from mid-80s to very late 90s.
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
But we've said it once,
Game on.
and we'll say it again. When Jim McEwan has the dart, he's very difficult to break. So a very tough ask for that man. He's not looking there, James. So you're praying to hear 45.
85.
That's not bad, you're thinking. Come on, 140.
Anything that's not a three-figure score in that situation is a nice thing to hear.
140.
Mystic does her.
That's why I'm paid the big bucks, lad. Or make me a coffee. Hang on, I've got Lewis Capaldi on the phone. Lewis, I'm commentating. I'll ring you back, bud.
85.
DM me, hun. Ever since I won the Premier League, honestly.
140.
Tell you what. This is now very interesting. Just look at the concentration on James Richardson. I just
100.
love to sit in this seat and probably not always be watching the darts. I just love to watch other players and they do when they're actually not throwing in. It's
100.
like I said, aspiring dart players. You watch him. He goes back very quickly. Right there is a big aspect of his game. Put him deep in thought.
$98.
You're going to like what he hears
James, you
there as
require
well. He's going to fancy he's got 6
121.
starts here at the 1-2-1.
Rebel 11.
96.
Superb effort from James
Jim, you
Richardson.
require 133.
Jim McEwan has pulled out some sensational finishes this week to win matches. That would have been up there with the best of them. You can see the shake of the head. Chance here for Richardson to take us all the way.
In a game where we're talking about legs
93.
potentially coming into play.
James, you require
Could
25.
be a situation that benefits neither of them.
Mystic Duran says he may struggle on double 4 here.
Game shot on the
Told ya.
stick flag. James Richardson.
Had you back there, James.
Right, if you want
Seventh and
prediction
final
then.
leg. It's James to throw first.
140.
Game on.
Told ya. Fills it up.
180.
From Jim McEwan being a big favourite throughout this game. 3 darts there from Richardson. Turned the tide.
100.
Just keeps his head above the parapet, but it's advantage Richardson.
Remember, McEwan was 3-1 up in this game.
100.
I've seen some great comebacks this week. There's an awful lot to like about the games for James Richardson. He's had 7 out of 10 years for preparation for Lakeside. Well, you come here to get some legs in the bank. You come here for that £5 prize on Saturday night. But I tell you what, I think his game he'll be thinking now is 8 out of 10. He's moved on a notch.
84.
Unlikely event, like Jan McIntosh does beat Jake
41.
McMillan. Will Richardson be back to win against Johan Engstrom? Stick with us, guys. I had a feeling it'd go down to the wire.
59.
Have that 140 now, Matt.
85.
Slight opportunity here for Jim to keep himself interested in this match. Minimum requirement.
100.
Successful.
Danger require 95.
I just changed the ammo now on this. MO even.
55.
Yeah.
Jimmy require 158.
Plan B. And McEwan has been here before this week, remember. Not this time. Got the last 3 darts.
134.
Jim McEwan knows he
Danger require
can win this
40.
group.
Game shot and the
It's
match.
Richardson. That's
James
another
Richardson.
classic. You can see the disappointment there from Jim McEwan. You can see the positive and negatives on both players. But James Richardson was a deserved winner in the end. He broke him at 3-1. He had to do that. It was a great game. As look at those numbers. James Richardson, once again, a beautiful, sublime 96.72. Good on the outer ring. A good contest. Jim McEwan will not top Group A. And next up, a massive game for Jake McMillan. He wins, he tops the group. He plays Jan McIntosh next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Richardson has got the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 3 in our 12th game of the day. This is what we've seen so far on Wednesday. Just 3 more games to be completed in this Group A, and it is still all to play for in every particular department, because we could have a look at the league table going into the final hurdle. It's easy for Jake McMillan in the fact that he knows what he needs to do. The equation's very simple. If he wins, he's into Saturday night's final. However, if he doesn't, things do then get interesting. Then we'll be seeing what James Richardson does against Johan Engstrom. The game between McEwan and Gates is effectively a knockout game to see who's going to be playing in the evening, who's going to be playing in the morning. But let's get the action underway then. It sees Jake McMillan in with an opportunity to win the group on his own back without relying on anything else, up against Johan Engstrom, with Glenn and Matt down in comms.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Great work. And absolutely, it's about this man about to throw his darts now. And he arrived on Monday without us knowing an awful lot about him. You did a little bit of research. You had that game with Michael van Gerwen at Madison Square Garden. Probably the first time I really saw him play, and just chatting with people like Jeff Smith. And he's a new name on the block and coming through a real tough school. Really enjoyed speaking to him this week. He's here with his partner. It's a big opportunity, and look, he's delivered. He had a real moment, a real wobble yesterday. Bounced back in the final game against Leonard Gates, and had a little wobble earlier, but a superb, and I mean a superb fight back against Leonard Gates has put him in a position where he's a big favourite in this game. However, how tight will he be in the
85
in the body? How will the mind be? Sit back and enjoy, but if this man wins this game, he'll be the first place Saturday night.
96.
The Spinnaker Tower, the Mary Rose, the hovercraft over to the Isle of Wight, the Portsmouth D-Day story. Sure, these are all things that will be being researched right now by
85.
Mrs. McMillan, because she wanted to go out doing a bit of sightseeing, and if Jake is to win this game, it's 2 days that they can go around
45.
seeing all those sights of Portsmouth.
My favourite is Donna's Kebab, the Sheesh Kebab, the Kebab Hut, the Kebab House, the Jason Donovan.
125. $59.
Slow start from Jake here. Not what he wanted, and then you can just feel at the players in the players areas there. Ears might just prick up a little bit.
$59.
McIntosh playing that spoiler role.
60. Jan, you require 147.
And how often does this happen? You even described it the other day. You said when a player's top of the table and a player's bottom of the table, how often does the man at the bottom upset the man at the top?
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward
59.
for Jake against Jan the past couple of days, so that's another thing to add, the fact that he feels confident. But these are nervy
45.
darts,
Jan,
Jake.
you require 88.
And I'm sure your partner is watching saying, sort yourself out, Jake, relax.
She'll have the tickets to
56.
the Spinnaker Tower already in the basket.
Yes, and absolutely. It looks like there's nothing he can do in this leg and not find a treble. Is he saving the trebles for
58.
the rest of the match? And
Jan, you require 32.
Jan McIntosh, this has been an area where you don't have all the confidence in the world.
Game shot on the first leg.
McIntosh leads 1-0. This would be cat amongst the pigeons.
Second leg, it's Jake to throw first. Game on.
Remember this, the scenarios. James Richardson beats
96.
Johan Engstrom. He qualifies because look at the legs difference there. Can Jake settle?
Said all along this might come down to legs. First of all, Ian McIntosh needs to beat Jake McMillan, and one thing we've learned about Jake McMillan so far is he can get down, but he can get back up again. Chumbawamba.
100. 57.
I thought you were going to go like some sort of philosophist or something like that, and you're whacking a Chumbawamba.
28. 58.
Not the performance from Jake so far. He could be getting away with the fact he's going to be 1-1, but I've said many times this week, when the chips are down, he
60.
suddenly starts to play
Jake, you
better.
require
Now it's about that
156.
expectation. Big favourite member going to this game.
100.
Be there on Saturday night. I mean, that's a big achievement. Total control of this leg, though, and that might really settle him down then, because his opponent's not playing well.
39. Jake, you require 56.
It's an area where he's been strong.
46.
Nervy darts, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not going to help coming back for double five. We may see him split here because no one likes double five at the best of times.
Depends what this man scores.
100. Jake, you require 10.
A good sign for me.
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
very
second
good
leg.
sign
Jake
for me.
McMillan.
When you're totally concerned about your throw or things are not going for right, the easiest option is to go for the double five.
Third leg, it's Jan to throw
Well,
first.
the fact he had the confidence in himself and his ability to hit the big two.
$95.
This is the moment for Jake.
97.
Just see a bit more rhythm now. I just see him beginning to settle. Of course, this is a big game for him. It's music to the ears when you see your opponent do that. When you see your opponent not playing your best darts.
22.
And feel the sigh from James Richardson from here.
97.
Beginning to take control.
And this is the final push. He's had 3 days of
100.
action where he's been put under pressure constantly, game after game. One final push, and McMillan
140.
is through to Saturday.
Yeah, he looks a fit young man, but a couple of days off. That's what I would want, but of course, in the younger days, I just wanted to play darts every single day. A couple of days off could be a really good thing for Jake. And come back on Saturday night.
100.
You can be
Jake,
with us
you require
Saturday night.
167.
Simply scanning that QR code as a small booking fee. You do make the night
131.
extra special. Please come and join us.
$60. Jake, you require 36. Game shot on the third leg. Jake McMillan.
Settled?
Fourth leg,
Composed.
it's Jake to
No
throw
one likes a
first.
double nine,
Game on.
and he's gone out on two sort of awkward finishes.
59.
The tank looks empty for Jan at the moment. Like I said, he will be back tomorrow afternoon. Not the type of performance that you want to put in. Where you see someone like Johan will
40.
come tomorrow with real belief. He looks rejuvenated, refreshed, and looks a very tired individual right now. And
95.
Jake is taking big control of that.
$41.
I'm with you. I think McIntosh for Group A has just took a couple of blows too many.
96.
Yeah. And it's McMillan who's looking for the knockout punch. We're ahead on points at the moment. And he just see out this game if he just keeps it simple. Doesn't
100.
overthink the situation. We'll be seeing Jake here on Saturday night, and what a wonderful addition.
100.
Biggest outsider of the group on Monday morning. That's the question. Who would win top this group? And it was the not knowing with Jake
60.
McMillan.
Jake, you require 151.
The one thing we know, he'll never be those odds again.
91.
So, playing devil's advocate now, if Jake does qualify, has he got the game to win it on Saturday night?
Absolutely. Got the game, the bottle, the fight,
60.
the character, the desire,
Jake, you
all the
require
characteristics
60.
you need to be a champion here at the Super Series.
Game shot on the fourth
Superb,
leg. Jake
Jake
McMillan.
McMillan. It was a very nervy first leg. Since then,
Fifth leg, it's Jan to throw
combination
first.
of your opponent not
Game
just being
on.
at the races, you're just really kicking into gear. You are a leg away, sir, from qualification to Saturday night, and a deserved winner of that.
140.
Well within himself.
58.
And MacIntosh finds something a little special.
$140.
I tell you what, that was a good looking throw there from Jan. I've criticised part of it there.
93.
Just don't sense there's any tension in that body right now. The art of it, how can you feel like that? Criticise the way he's just there, that dart there where he just lifting his hands up right at
60.
the end. But 5 out of 6. Perfect.
46. Jan, you require 161.
And on the scoreboard side of the screen, he's actually got down very well here. Opened up a bit of a gap on his opponent, Jake McMillan, who is a leg away from winning the group.
45. 57. Jan, you require 116.
Been good to reduce the deficit, Jean. He'll stay there. Very good at lobbing over that first dart. Double 18.
80.
But McMillan will be very aware that McIntosh, I was going to say, hasn't been hitting his doubles
41.
with much regularity,
Jan,
so
you
a bit of
require
pressure would have been good,
36.
but instead he's just give even more time to Jan McIntosh.
Something you said earlier. He just wants this leg. He wants him to hit the double here. That last dart he just threw without any
Game shot on the
interest.
fifth leg. Jan McIntosh.
I tell you what, there'll be an awful lot of interest for Jake in these next 3 darts. This could make or break
Sixth
the leg.
leg. It's Jake to throw first.
One big score,
Game on.
and he can smell victory. One huge score makes him a massive favourite.
180.
If we go back to when you asked me a question a few minutes ago, can he win Saturday night? I said yes, for reasons like that. Because that's not the first time he's done
100.
that. So many times in a big leg does he come out and hit the big maximum. He's going to back it up.
140.
What a time to produce your best darts. 180, 140. Good response from Jan.
100.
It's all about this man. At least 6 darts and 181.
141.
Absolutely beautiful. But a potential 10-darter and potential qualification, or guaranteed qualification.
100.
It's tops
Jake, you
for
require
McMillan.
40.
He was fairly unknown on Monday,
Game
but
shot
not
and the
anymore.
match.
McMillan
Jake
wins
McMillan.
Group A. He will be here on Saturday night. And look at the delight from the Canadian Once again, Jan, very magnanimous in defeat. He'll come back fighting, but Jake McMillan tops Group A, and what a fantastic achievement for the Canadian. He will be over the moon as we move to the penultimate game. It's a decider for Group B. The winner of this match will be in Group B. The loser will be in Group C, and that match is Jim McEwan against Leonard Gates next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by our group winner, Jake McMillan. Jake, many congratulations. Just sum up how you feel right now.
The emotions are crazy right now. What a tough group. I can't even believe that I won Group A. The talent here is unbelievable.
What were your expectations heading into this on Monday morning?
Monday morning, it was kind of a free roll to see how I do, but my aim was for the top three to at least make Group B. Yeah.
As I say, winner of Group A, you got off to a really good start on the Monday. Then there was just a little point, wasn't there, on Tuesday? You lost a couple of games and then James reeled you in. What was the mindset after yesterday going into this morning?
I felt a little sore yesterday going into game 3 and 4. Felt good against last match against Leonard, but felt great this morning. I knew it was all in my own hands, so no, I felt good. Really did.
And so through to Saturday night on debut. So you get a couple of days off. You get to enjoy the sights of Portsmouth. That'll be a fun 2 hours, won't it?
We've done the tower already, so...
You've done the sightseeing. You've done the sightseeing.
I was going to say, if you had any more sites, let me know.
Restaurants okay?
Yeah, sure.
We'll do that instead. There's nothing else to see around here. Trust me. But just talk a little bit about yourself. So we saw you play Michael, obviously at Madison Square Gardens back in June time. For people maybe not seen much of you on a televised stage, especially in the UK, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so played Michael at the US Masters. Didn't play too great. I didn't have my own darts. I lost my luggage, so I had to use my buddy's darts against him. Then I played Jules Van Doggen on stage. I was up 4-1 and lost 6-5 against him, so it's a learning experience. Then won the Canadian Nationals, which for Canada, that's a very big accomplishment. Definitely helped. And then the CDC has definitely brought my game up a ton. I can't thank them enough for all the opportunities that they've given me. So cheers, Peter.
Piers Isaiah, the chairman of the CDC. Turning into Saturday night's final. And I believe you're going to have some motivation, aren't you, in the audience on Saturday night?
Jacob Taylor told me I better make Saturday, so a little extra pressure there, but glad to be there. Hope he'll be out there watching, so can't wait to see him.
Well, we can't wait to see you on Saturday. Many congratulations. Enjoy the sightseeing around Portsmouth, and we'll see you here in about 20 minutes' time. Right, let's get into our 14th game. It's Jim McEwan up against Leonard Gates. The winner of this one will be guaranteed Group B. Downstairs, it is Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Henry, and a lovely, lovely interview. Just a genuinely nice guy, and you want to see good people do well, Matt, and thoroughly enjoyed just listening to him there, and you know the passion that he has, and he set himself targets of being there. He's exceeded those targets. He's going to be on Saturday night, and yeah, Jacob Taylor will be in the crowd, I believe, on Saturday night. So sometimes you just need that one voice to help you through. That's all. Yeah, he's going to be a fantastic
first leg,
addition.
It's Jim to throw first.
It's all about this game
Game
next.
on.
And the winner of this game will be in Group B, and the loser of this game will be in Group C. As easy as that. And we didn't expect the permutations to be that easy going into the penultimate game, Matt.
No, it was really
46.
bubbling away all the way through this Group A. We know James Richardson's already qualified for a Group B campaign. We'll see him again in our next match, but we'll also see him tomorrow and Friday evening. Do you think the evening would probably suit Leonard Gates better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask you the same question. I think the one person who
85.
won't mind coming back tomorrow morning is Jim. And I think the one person who will benefit of playing at 10 o'clock at night will be this man in your picture. So I don't think it's the end of the
28.
world. And look, we also feel that Group B is quite winnable. 3 from 5 in that group. So you can understand the motivation of wanting to be in Group B. Group C looks a little dangerous.
85.
I will make a prediction now. If Leonard Gates goes into Group B, he will be strong bookies'
95.
favourite. Around about even money to win that group.
Yeah, Joe Croft, Martin Thomas.
58.
Fantastic player. This was at Southampton, and round about lockdown, he was
60.
doing really good things as Martin. Seen him on the Pro Tour a couple of times. I was very, very impressed. Chaz Barstow. Which version are we going to get of Chaz? That's in Group B. Looking forward to Group C. Looking forward to seeing Alan Norris.
Did you require 138?
Another one of his seen is Darren Johnson. It'd be interesting to see how Brett Clayton's playing. So lots of questions to be answered. Please join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock. From 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV.
86. Jim, you require 131.
Level 17's tops is the route.
Break opportunity for Gates.
You require 52.
Little magic trick to go with it as
Shot on
well.
the first leg, Leonard Gates.
Pulls the rabbit out of the hat with that double 16. Gates leads 1-0.
Was it
Second
Zoran
leg, it's Leonard to throw
Lurchbacher
first.
who threw the dart
Game
up
on.
and caught it at the World Championships?
100.
On purpose or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Threw the dart in the air, caught it, and then threw it. Party pieces. Not that I'm guessing you've not got many in your repertoire. I'm guessing there's boring dozer.
3
60.
bullseyes, putting a piece of paper over the board.
I thought it'd just been, I'm going to play a big 20s. That's my party piece.
100.
What's your party play? I mean, my favourite one has to be the way Mardle blowing the dart in. We had Nico Bloom, didn't we? Challenge him. I was with Wayne. I said, are you going to accept the challenge?
Wayne's actually quite good at it as well, isn't he? Blowing the darts in.
I'm amazed that Wayne Mardle, the best dart I ever seen was a Heart of Darts exhibition in Romford. He had about 4 or 5 players, and honestly, when I say he threw from 100 metres, it's not a joke.
93.
A total 1 in a billion shot.
161.
And you can't remember doing it. It was against my good friend Paul Hamster Hampton.
$100.
I remember when he beat my other good friend, 50 Cent. PM me, Hunt.
54. Leonard, you require 61.
Double 8. Pretty rapid A from Gates. Just double checking what he needs. Loves his double 4. And that's the reason why, once again, Plum. Very, very disappointing. Jim McEwan here. There's one-way traffic so
Third leg,
far.
it's Jim to throw first.
How will the champ respond?
$100.
Jim McEwan looks like he's playing this game like a man who's disappointed, a bit fed up, and kind of just wants to get his next campaign underway.
Yeah, touching his elbow a little bit. Might not be 100% comfortable up there, but he'll be back.
140.
He'll be there Saturday night, mark my words, when he becomes a different animal.
45.
And it's good luck to you this weekend, Matt. Busy day tomorrow
29.
and commentary in here, and then you're off to Luton Airport to fly to
Serbia. Yeah, I'm getting no sleep. Travel through the night to the airport, and then hopefully get a couple of hours kip on the plane.
category is that in the WD? Is it a
bronze?
Is that good? I'm out of touch now with the system. Winning that good for Lakeside for next year.
Well, all points are good, aren't they? All counts towards.
$43. Jimmy require 92.
Double 20 with his opponent on 177. Now it's the decision.
56.
A little change of the double process there. 36. That leaves 63. This might take a while.
129.
For a second then I thought
Jimmy
Jim McEwan said, hurry up.
36.
Said, how would the champ react?
Game shot on the third leg, Jim McEwan. Fourth leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
Couldn't get two different personalities up there, could you, as a dart player?
No, absolutely. Complete opposites.
140.
Gates. Finding those power scores today. And there's some good signs looking ahead for the rest of the week.
Yeah, flashes of brilliance, hasn't it? From both players. Jim McEwan had a real moment yesterday. I thought he was going to then run away with a play. But in the end, consistency is key. And I think that's one of the reasons why Jake McMillan is
100.
delighted to be through. 22 points in this group was very, very acceptable. Just the 4 losses in 15 games. Whereas we've seen real heavy hitting, big scoring from these two. But maybe, Matt, just not enough.
It's the wrong time. That's all it's down to. They've had, when we look at who's been the most explosive player, has to be Leonard Gates.
180.
He's just been doing it not at those key moments.
Explosive is a word, I think, for a Saturday night as well.
44. Leonard, you
So I just
require
sense if
81.
Leonard can get to Saturday night, and I totally expect the pair of these players to be there Saturday night when he becomes dangerous. Double 16, Leonard. You've gone the right way.
Game
Only
shot on the
Leonard
fourth
could finish
leg,
like
Leonard
that.
Gates.
Right smack bang in the middle. Leonard Gates leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
When you say
Game
about
on.
you expect both of these players to go through to Saturday night, I'd also chuck in James Richardson. I'd say the 4 players that was in contention for winning this group. I think we'll see them all there on Saturday.
60.
Yeah, you must be looking forward to Group C's and Group B's tomorrow to see every single player. Then you can really assess. But one player guaranteed to be there on Saturday night is Jake McMillan. And I want to say my congratulations to him.
$83.
Had signs of hitting the 9 darter this week as Leonard Gates. Maybe, just maybe, he's saving it for Saturday night.
97. $140.
See how quickly Jim has thrown them darts. Just up against
135.
Leonard Gates, who gets the finger point as well. The 9 darts just wants 89. Like I said, the champ will be back.
100.
You like that
Leonard, you
pace he's
require
throwing the dart right
89.
now?
Pace is moving as well.
Level 18's a shot.
It's not something you
39.
often associate with
Jimmy
Jim
require
McEwan, is it? A bit
118.
of pace.
I think it's a nice rhythm. It's a 15
Shot on the
darter
fifth
rhythm.
leg, Jim McEwan.
McEwan is back in this game, and I just sensed when he was thrown quicker, had he just thought that Leonard Gates was going to run
Sixth
away
leg,
with
it's
this.
Leonard to throw
And he's got
first.
Leonard Gates shaking his
Game
head.
on.
As a slow player,
I'm not so slow, I was methodical.
100.
as a slow player, do you ever get that situation where when you throw a bit quicker because you think something's over and it starts going well, do you go into your head that maybe I should be a bit quicker?
Not the quicker I was, the better
93.
I'd found my rhythm. And also over a longer game, I'd like to think I started the game very slowly, not on purpose, but at the end. But I do remember the back end of
100.
tournaments in the BDO where, come the quarterfinal, semi-final, I was playing as quick as most players. I was never going to be Ricky Evans, don't get me wrong, but I think when methodical players like myself and Jim and
44.
thousands of others, when we do play, so it's just because of the situation and you're not really in your rhythm. One guy, when he's in his rhythm, looks as good as anybody's Leonard
26.
Gates, but he won't like that.
$100.
Can't take your eyes off Leonard when he's not throwing a dart. He's watching the telly, he's looking around, engaging with the crowd.
59.
Tell you what, one big score here from McEwan. He would have the darts in the last leg. The treble.
100.
Wouldn't it be typical of Gates to fill this up?
$100. Jimmy require 164.
Really a bit disappointed after that because that first start was lovely in the board.
Perfect. What's the shot that in room 101? And it's 101 that he needs. You might look at the centre of the board.
88. Leonard, you require 116.
This is for the match. He'll stay there for a big 19. First match start for him.
96. Jim, you require 76.
To take us all the way. It's going to be one dart. It's going to be at tops.
36. Leonard, you require 20.
It was a crucial game if you want to play in Group B because the winner will play tomorrow night. The loser will be back tomorrow afternoon. 10 points away.
15. Jim, you require 40.
Bit of board between that one and the double.
Game shot
Good
on the
adjustment
sixth
there, though,
flag,
from
Jim
Jim
McEwan.
And he now becomes favourite to win this match.
How many times does that happen when you have that flyer first dart?
Seventh and final leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Remember, this is a repeat of the World Seniors match play final. A match that Leonard Gates got over the line. And he was very close to the winning line throughout this match. But sprinting the last 400 metres is Jim McEwan. All of a sudden, he's taken full control of this game.
140.
Fair play to Gates, he matches it. But the fact that McEwan has the darts, is that the deciding factor?
$81. $55. $45.
Well, McEwan had this game by the scruff of the neck. It should start in the 19s, Leonard. Reason being, could have got him down to a 170 finish with a couple of trebles, but back in this leg is nothing to separate them right now. It's all about the setup play. Bit of everything in that, Matt.
If you look at the averages, you'd imagine that this was
17.
just a 4-0 victory for Leonard Gates.
Wow, I've just noticed that, yeah. Treble 18 is the shot.
180.
I can assure you that wasn't the shot, but it leaves a double. And I get the feeling Gates, doesn't matter which double it is, he feels confident he can smack that in.
96. Leonard, you require 26.
The double 13 for the match. A match that's had a bit of everything. And it continues.
18.
And a 3-3
Jim, you
yesterday,
require
McEwan pulled out a massive
122.
one. And he do the same.
He's had everything. How about a final twist, a bit more drama? There's that 4 again. And it's double 4 for Gates to get this one
42.
over and done with.
Leonard, you require 8. Game shot
Gates
and the
will
match.
play in
Leonard
Group
Gates.
B tomorrow night, and Jim McEwan will play in Group C tomorrow. That was the scenarios that walked on there. It had a match that had a bit of everything. It went the total distance, but it's Leonard Gates that gets the final win. If you look at the stats, you would think it was one-way traffic for Gates, but it went right down to that final double. But Leonard Gates will be back tomorrow night, and we'll see Jim in Group C as we go to the final game of the day. It's Johan Engstrom against James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Leonard Gates got a better with Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 3 to secure his passage through to Group B tomorrow night. We're going to see James and Johan on Thursday and Friday. Johan in the afternoon, James in the evening. Down in the country, Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durham, who's been on the call to some of his celebrity clients. He had Lewis Capaldi on the phone earlier, but he had to hold him whilst we wait for this game to finish.
We've had them all. We've had all the names dropped from the moment I got here at the start. It was Phil Taylor's just tried giving me a phone call to Lewis Capaldi, 50 Cent. I've heard them all. Don't believe him, to be honest. But James Richardson, one thing to believe here, he's had a good campaign. He'd be probably disappointed to be going into Group B after yesterday winning all 5
First leg, it's Johan
matches.
to throw first. Game on.
But he's got a couple more days here in Portsmouth now in Group B campaigns, and that's going to give him the morning and the day to see what he can whip up in his hotel room. He's ran out of the Brussels sprouts Vindaloo now.
Have you had some?
No.
58.
Makes you stink.
$140.
Yeah, Richardson, really good campaign. I think you'll see the positives. Not so sure how important getting through from Group A was to James in his priority. I think he'll take some stopping in Group B.
140.
More importantly, I think Johan Engstrom is a good story as well. Couple of big wins. I think he goes into Group C as a total different commodity.
70.
I think he will fancy his chances. I think he's been really good even when he was losing games. Beginning, I just felt he was overstretching. There was just too much body movement on Monday morning.
97.
Eradicated a lot of that.
$140.
Did you think that was a max?
He was giving it something like this, wasn't he?
I mean, that's quite common, isn't it? People thinking they've hit something and they haven't, Glenn.
Oh, I've been there.
58. James, you require
I was
151.
telling David Beckham about that. Double 17 for double top. Yes, it's in, James.
131.
That's not though.
Johan, you
The
require
distance there between that one and
148.
the double, and you can see the disappointment from James Richardson.
To a second out.
50. James, you require 20. $15. Johan, you require 98.
Double 12.
86.
Well, good scoring from both.
James, you
Both let
require
down by the
5.
finishing. Double 2.
Game shot on the first
Richardson
leg.
leads
James Richardson.
1-0. I think he'll enjoy the fact he's playing in Group B tomorrow.
Second leg.
Been
It's
a while
James to
since
throw
he's
first.
played.
Game on.
Martin Thomas and Chaz Barca, looking forward to seeing Joe Croft in that as well. Yeah, and I think we're in
58.
agreement with me and Matt that Richardson will be there Saturday night. I think he's demonstrated a lot of qualities this week. Very focused, very intent. I like what I'm seeing with him, and he's got more gears to come as well. And
119.
do you want to peak at the end of November? Well, a couple of weeks' time he will be at Lakeside, and the plan was to come and get some legs and matches under his
41.
belt. And so far, so good. But what I would say to him, that feeling of winning it on Saturday night, to then take that to Lakeside, exactly what he'd be wanting. But so far, so good for James.
Keeps looking up at that balcony. I've got a feeling when you get up there, you're going to get some facials.
137. $45. 93.
Great last start there from Engstrom.
60.
I think it's
Johan, you require
Richardson's fault for the
152.
music next door as well, Matt, by the way, as I went through.
Yeah, he's got like a little box or something in with him.
Or his slow cooker,
45.
his music box. James Richardson's a happy man. This moment, he's not very happy about this leg of darts, that's for sure.
87. Johan, you require
How
107.
big do you think his suitcase is? Need a big one to pack all the stuff that he brings with him.
88 left. He should stay there.
42.
Now brings James Richardson back into this leg when he was probably already thinking of the third.
100.
Definitely involved now.
Johan,
The
you
65
require
is one of them ones.
65.
If you do go for the centre of the board, you run the risk of hitting the bullseye. Yeah.
He's ended in a bad position as well because it meant he needed the 14 for the bull. He's come low. He got greedy, I think, there, trying to rectify the situation in the first dart.
Yeah, the treble 18 really put him in a
41.
good position, then
James,
scores
you
a
require
45,
110.
42 and 41. Richardson should never have had a chance in this leg.
60.
Be disappointed with that because
Johan,
that
you
will have
require
felt like
24.
a total and utter freebie. Engstrom, after 18 darts, one's double 12. Double he loves. Centre of the board.
Game shot on the second leg.
1-1.
Johan Engstrom.
How do you think these two players assess their Group A
Third leg,
campaign,
it's
knowing
Johan
them
to
like
throw
we do?
first. Game on.
For Richardson, he'll be happy if we agree B. There's only one person that can win in a Group A. So Group B will be fine with.
83.
Well, Johan, you've known him for quite some time. Would he be disappointed that he couldn't make the top three?
No, I don't think he will be. I've been pleasantly surprised. I think the last time I saw
59.
Johan play, look, he might correct me, but I thought he had issues with his throw, whether it was the point of release, whether it was dartitis. I'm pretty certain last time I saw him, I thought, am I going to be seeing Johan again? I
125.
often follow him on the Nordic tour. Like I say, the fact he's still representing his country as well. I think he's in good shape, and I think he'd be slightly disappointed with
43.
yesterday. Played 5, losing 5, but the positives from that is that he played decent. I hope when I'm looking at the league table to see tomorrow, he's going to be right up there. He's a good guy.
140.
Have you done the Swedish Open yet?
No, I've never
95.
been to Sweden yet. Somewhere
Johan, you require
might go in
153.
24.
Tremendous competition. I remember losing in a final to Andreas Harrison. It'll be Jamie Hughes and the other one, but a brilliant competition. Put that on your
99.
agenda to get that.
For me, Richardson just doesn't have that
28.
steely focus
Johan,
that he's
you
had for the
require
rest of the day.
54.
That's when he's at his best, isn't he? You can tell when he's super focused. It's just one of those games, and just seems to be looking around. Something that you said yesterday, which resonated with me. When you're concentrated, the only thing you can see is the
Game shot on
dartboard,
third
the
leg.
hockey. Now,
Johan
I
Engstrom.
sense it's Johan who's got the more focused approach at the moment. When James is looking up to the balcony, he's looking at the
Fourth leg,
TVs,
it's
he's
James to throw
turning his back
first.
on the hockey.
Game on.
What I've liked about James this week, and if he is watching these back, is when he stands behind with that real focus, planning his attack. That's what I
125.
like about him. Right, the fact that, you know, he can't top the group now. There he is. When he gets into that position there, just checking his dart, just making sure everything's right, planning his attack.
100.
Watch the difference here. I bet this is a 180.
$100. 100. 100.
Perfectly thrown darts. Just above that treble 20, but if he's going to miss, that's where he likes to miss. He deserved it. Treble 20 with the last one.
$100.
Had a feeling this would go the distance. Senses it's going to go the full 7.
45.
Well, you say that, but an opportunity's presented itself here for Johan.
Like the bullseye with the last in that position.
130.
A cracking
James, you require
setup play from the Swede.
131.
The preferred route on 131 these days. Treble 17, 2 tops.
55.
For
Johan, you require
options here of
71.
treble 13 or treble 17. He's 54. Don't miss the big number. Give yourself an opportunity.
31.
Been so
James, you
good at
require
that top spot on this
76.
occasion. It's a little over pitched, and Richardson to level up the match.
Game shot on the 4
Beautiful
flag.
dart
James
there in
Richardson.
the middle end of the bed there. James Richardson levels us up. But he's got to find a breaker throw from somewhere here against
5th
Johan.
leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yes, they won't be playing each other tomorrow. We are to play for a 4th time this week. It would be on Saturday night.
100.
Campaign for Johan will start tomorrow at 1 o'clock. On our YouTube channel. MODUS Super Series or 40 stuff from 3
100.
p.m. For James Richardson, he'll be back tomorrow night in Group B at 10 p.m.
$60.
That lack of concentration we spotted with James, that seems to have gone now. He's going through his normal process.
85.
Nothing to separate.
.33% on the
100.
doubles. The target number really here at the Super Series. That's 1 in 3.
$44.
Understandable. It's his most lackadaisical performance for James, but I don't want to finish off on a loss. You want to go into your next campaign with a win.
81.
Just needs to find that ruthless streak for about 3
140.
more minutes.
Johan, you require 160.
So at 10:30 this morning when Johan last lost a game today. A couple of nice wins to set himself up for this game. However, the setup
24.
for that shot
James, you require 132.
won't be to his liking. The champagne shot, treble 19, for the bull.
107.
I was about to say pop
Johan,
the
you require
cork.
136.
Mighty fine effort from Richardson, and Johan can't follow it in. So a big opportunity now for James Richardson to
23.
get the breaker throw
James, you
that he's
require
going to need.
25.
Setup play for Johan in this match has been poor.
Game
That's
shot
why
on
he
the 5th
goes that
leg.
route.
James
That
Richardson.
love for double fault for James Richardson. He's a leg away.
6th leg. It's James to throw first. Game on.
And the perfect time to break the throw for James Richardson. Break the throw and then come
100.
straight back to try and get things wrapped up and end the campaign with a couple of points. Richardson is to win this, so I'll give him 10 wins from his 15 matches.
45.
It's a happy return.
$140.
But he needs to find that ruthless streak for 3 minutes. Since then, We've had a minute of greatness so far from Richardson.
140.
But Johan is going with him. Really let James have everything his own way here.
95.
It's 9 defeats so far. We'll be here in Group C. But he's shown enough in his ability and enough in his play to suggest he's going to be a player in that group.
40.
As far as his Group A campaign goes, these might be his last 3 darts.
$81. James, you require 68.
Options. Tops.
28.
He just had to move left and right to try and find the angle, and he hits the top wire, so Johan gets another visit to the board. Non-effective in terms of being able to stop James Richardson from going on to win this match.
100. James, you require 40. $20. Johan, you require 95.
So now Johan gets an opportunity to extend this game to take us to our last leg shootout.
Game shot on the 6th leg, Johan Engstrom.
Johan Engstrom survives match darts, and then a double-double on the double 19 takes
7th
us
and final leg, it's Johan to throw first.
leg where Johan will throw first.
Game on.
Then Durant just saying there before he left about how it's important not to end on a negative. James Richardson's going to go into a very tightly contested Group B.
43.
And he find one more breaker throw. And the day
60.
on a high. A little bit flat. A little bit disappointing from both.
100.
But there is a win up for grabs here at the Super Series.
100.
This is 2 players who had completely opposite days yesterday. James Richardson winning 5 from 5. Johan losing 5 from 5. It'll be quite poetic. Johan Engstrom pick up the victory in the final game of the day. The final game of Group A for week 3.
140.
Beautiful dart. Would have expected another. Gets another.
140. 105. Johan, you require 118.
For the match. Needs to treble. That would have left a double 19. The target is just hit twice already for the double-double in the leg previous. But Richardson will
43.
be hoping that he can
James, you
get
require 96.
at least another match start. He won't.
56. Johan, you require 75.
So to end a very tight Group A campaign with a surprising result. Double 12.
Game shot and the
James
match.
Richardson
Johan
had plenty of
Engstrom.
opportunities to win that game. He wasn't able to. And Johan Engstrom, who's been beaten 9 times already across his Group A campaign, leaves us with a very, very positive sign. 2 points, a victory against James Richardson, and he will be moving off into Group C. For James Richardson, we know his fate. He'll be back tomorrow night, joining Leonard Gates and the other players as part of a Group B campaign. But for now, it's a 4-3 victory for Johan Engstrom.
Indeed it is. Young Engstrom with a 4-3 win. Then because of what actually happened elsewhere today, his day actually has probably gone a little bit under the radar.
Not by me. And we tried to mention it on comms there that Johan Engstrom had a very difficult day yesterday. Played 5, lost 5, despite playing okay. And today he lost his opening 2 games, despite playing okay. And his last 3 games he won. He goes into his Group C campaign feeling pretty chipper.
Well, let's have a look at the results then for the day. 15 games come and gone. And, well, we certainly got our money's worth today, didn't we?
I thought Group A generally, just looking overall, has been fantastic. That beautiful combination of big scoring, high finishing, you know, the lots of 180s, the drama, the tension, and, you know, consistency in the end was key, and the right person won. I'm delighted for him. He's so happy downstairs.
Something about Wednesdays and last leg deciders here at the Super Series, Glenn.
That's what it's all about. That's why we love the MODUS Super Series. That's why the players want to be here. That's why there's a massive prize to be won there. And, yeah, fair play to win. Another great story.
Well, Jake McMillan, the group winner, and, well, he was top of the pile on Monday. Had the lead relinquished a little bit yesterday, but when it came to the big moments today and the big games, he delivered.
This was a very, very enjoyable game as well. And like I said, look at the setup play here. 2:04. I said it was a 2:01 game at that point. That's what I'd be thinking in my mind. And then as he looks at the 6-6 here, last dart in hand, boosh.
And, of course, it could have been so easy, as you see the celebration there, it could have been so easy when he's 3-1 down to Leonard to think, well, maybe this isn't to be. Maybe it could be a Group B campaign. It takes a lot in terms of mindset and character to come back from that.
Yeah, honestly, as a dart player, you can look at how much talent you've got, and then you start looking at your skills, your attributes, your character. And you know, he ticks a lot of those boxes. He's been a real joy to watch. He's got a lovely throw, a lovely temperament, and it's been a great week for the young man.
And he is going to be into Saturday night's final. And even more importantly, he's going to do some sightseeing of Portsmouth. That's always good fun, isn't it, Glenn?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Right, elsewhere, Jim McEwan. Well, he lost against James Richardson and then defeat to Leonard Gates. It just defeats at the wrong time, wasn't it, for him today?
Yeah, I think flashes of real brilliance from the champ, but he's clearly disappointed. Going into Group C might not be a bad thing for Jim. I expect him to dominate that.
You say not a bad thing for what reasons?
I just think he's the type of player, and also the players who are in there as well, the Alan Norrises, the Darren Johnsons. You know, he'll come across them in the seniors as well. He's got his eye back in now. There's a lot of focus. You know, all eyes were on him on Monday, and sometimes that's really difficult to handle. He's a great player. I think he'll put it right tomorrow and Friday. Well,
we'll see McEwan in Group C. We can have a look now and see how the tournament bracket breaks down in general. Group C is what we're going to see in the afternoon tomorrow. That's from 1 o'clock. Group B is what we're going to see in the evening from 10 p.m. We'll dissect both groups. Begin with Group C first and foremost. Jim McEwan, you would say, would go in as favourite, but you look at particularly the bottom 3 there. Brett Clayton just come off the tour. Darren Johnson's got a World Championship to prepare for. And Alan Norris has really hit form recently.
Yeah, that Group C actually looks tastier than Group B when you put it like that. You know, when you add the Jim McEwan into that and inform Johan Engstrom as well. Like I said, that's a real... And only 2 can go through from that group. That could be really tough. That could be the one to watch.
Do you think Chaz Barstow's fed up of us saying that he's won a week in Southampton but not here?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know what Chaz Barstow we're going to get as well. You know, the Chaz Barstow I like to remember 2020-21. I thought he was going to go on to really, really big things. I remember him telling me he'd moved home, he was doing various things. And last time we saw a better version of him. You know, which version are we going to get him this time? But the bookies make him favourite. So, yeah, they've got the belief in him.
Well, you're not with us now for the rest of the week as we split down into Tuesday and Thursday and Friday in Group B and C. Who do you think gets through to Saturday night and who wins the jackpot?
I still think Jim McEwan will qualify from Group C. Picking another one from there, I think my heart says Alan Norris. It'd be great to see him there. Which Brett Clayton are we going to get? I mean, there's a lot of questions to it. I'd like to see them at least play a game before I could say. And Group B is going to be extremely ready tough. But I do think Leonard Gates playing on a night. I think he could dominate Group B.
Oh, Duzzy, you're departing us now, aren't you?
Yes, I'm off to do a couple of other jobs in Minor, but yeah, it's been a terrific group and it's been a real honour to be in the comms box this week.
Well, we shall see you again very, very soon. Thank you for your company as ever. Thank you for your company at home. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got the double shift for you from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Captain Canada coming to save the day.